Ранку, шановні пані і панове.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That is 5 minutes past our appointed time for all of us to take the proper places. I think that we can start our work. So today we'll have some of the complications. I thought that there will be 3 at least of us at the opening. And it turned out that there will be me and 2 people online. So this is the homage of what is happening now. All of the events are made in the combined format, so it is hard for us to gather together, so we have to consider that always. So, in fact, my name is Igor Kolushko. I'm head of the board of the Center of Policy and Legal Reform, and today we invited you to our final conference on a huge project which has been funded by You Lead with Europe. You know, this is such a European project of technical assistance in Ukraine, and within this project we had a task to analyze the state of affairs in the local self-governance in Ukraine, to analyze how our local self-governance is getting ready to European integration, and to offer a couple of documents for the policies which should help our authorities, our government, our parliament to take more substantiated decisions in this sphere, the sphere of the development of local self-governance. So, in fact, within this project, we had 9 working groups, and the project started in May. Though I say it's a huge one, because it's for us, for the center, looked rather big. But as for timeline, it was rather short. The time flew by really incredibly quickly for all of us. So since the beginning of May we started, we launched it, and now we have in fact to tell what we achieved, what we did, and that is why we gathered here together to discuss the developed documents by us. Our today's work will be created in 3 panel discussions. The logics of these panels was the following. The first panel discussion is mostly devoted to tactical issues which can be solved in fact today. Partially we'll mention the issues of deoccupied territories, where we need to restore the functioning of the public authorities. We'll mention and we'll speak about the authorities, about the distribution of authorities, about the administrative territorial distribution. The second panel discussion will be devoted to more strategic issues. What we'll have to do for the European integration as it is in our sphere of local self-governance. And the third panel will take place after lunch, and there we'll present several points. It will be a bit a kind of a combined thing, a mixture, but each of the issues which we'll consider is important on its own, and they will concern the functioning of administrative services and our research of the legal practice, with the participation of the local self-governance, and also corruption prevention in the local self-governance, the problems of security in the communities, and so on. So, in fact, this is the plan for us as of today for the whole day. I really hope that we'll all feel comfortable and convenient. Maybe we'll not have any air raid alerts, and we will not have to move anywhere and to have any breaks because of that. And in fact, that's it. What I had to say as an introduction speech in the beginning. So now, in fact, I give the floor for the introduction speech to the head of the Office of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. I do apologize. The Congress of Local and Regional Authorities under the President of Ukraine, Vyacheslav Negoda. With the Office of the Congress, we have cooperated really actively during the whole of the period, and I do hope we'll go on with the implementation of the developed documents further on. Please, Vyacheslav Andronovich, the floor is yours. Good day, dear colleagues. Do you hear me? Yeah, you do. Yes, we do. So I sincerely welcome you here. It's such a pity that I cannot be close to you, but I can see that besides me online, there are lots of people, more than hundreds, which will be working with us as well. But it turned out that yesterday we had the 10th Municipal Forum in Lviv, where we also discussed a couple of issues connected with the current state of affairs and the perspectives for the development of self-governance. The issues which are now in the agenda of the conference, in fact, are really relevant. That is why I would like to thank for the invitation and to welcome all of you, to greet you with such a final, but I'm sure not the last one, for the conference. I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Congress of Regional Authorities under the President of Ukraine, which was already mentioned by Mr. Igor Kolyushko, and I'd like to mention that the Congress, as the platform, by the way, it's also mentioned, this institution is mentioned in the conclusions of the European Union, which maybe I'll tell you a couple of words about, is also a platform for the local self-governance authorities and the representatives of the expert community, the central authorities, the MPs, had the opportunity to meet and discuss those issues. As of some of the latest meetings of the Congress, under the patronage of the President of Ukraine, we've considered the issues connected with the state of the development for the local self-governance, the future issues of the development. That is why this is the topic of today's conference, which is really so relevant. And also I'd like to express my gratitude to the program of You Lead with Europe. I think that Mr. Bastian Feigl is with us as well, who has done a lot with his team conducting the reforms on decentralization in Ukraine. They go on working on that, and that they decided to support the Center of Political and Legal Reforms, which took a huge burden on the one hand, and on the other hand a huge responsibility to prepare some of the proposals about lots of issues, problematic issues, for the development of local self-governance, in particular the continuation of decentralization. That's really relevant as of today, because the fact is that the central executive branch authorities are working. They have their own part of leadership, and I do hope that they take part in this event as well. That's good, but still it would be useful and needed to hear the opinion of the professional experts, which will give certain recommendations, and the central authorities after that, in particular our line ministry, would be able to use developing certain legislative laws and bylaws which will be considered by the government or the parliament. As of the today's panel discussions, as it was mentioned by Igor Borisovich, they are really full of interesting sense. They are saturated, and we've met more than once before, discussing in more details all of the issues which we'll discuss today, but I think that they will be mentioned taking into account the remarks and proposals which emerged before. I know that there are lots of other important meetings ahead of us, so altogether, the today's conference is considered by me as a very important one. It's a preliminary but final in this year, and I do hope that the team of the Center of Political and Legal Reforms, with the expert group whom they involved with the support of the program you lead, will go on working and in all of the spheres will get interesting and professional proposals. What else would I like to mention? And it was also mentioned in the introduction speech already about the importance of all of those proposals. They need to be developed in the context of Euro integration. Of course, we are doing that for a long time already, but it's especially important today. Recently we got, in fact, the recommendations which are now in the public space, recommendations of the European Commission, which are mentioned in the report, where we have lots of issues which we'll consider today and which are very specific what needs to be done by Ukraine in this or that sphere. Still, it is pleasant to read that in Chapter 1 of the report of European Commission, it is mentioned that the support of the beginning of the negotiations of the accession of Ukraine to the EU should take place. And also it is mentioned in the first paragraphs that in Ukraine the territorial part of decentralization reform in Ukraine is finalized. On the one hand it is true, but I know that we are awaiting for several more important events with the participation of Center of Political and Legal Reforms, especially about the topic of administrative territorial distribution. So, as far as we understand, in the post-conflict period, in the part of territorial organization, I mean administrative territorial order, we'll have to conduct lots of work, and this topic is still ours, though it is mentioned that we've already had it rather successfully. And also it's necessary to mention that the European Commission emphasized that the municipalities are the basis for the state's resilience from the grassroots. So municipalities are the foundation for the local self-governance, and then it is mentioned in the part of the organization of voluntary territorial defense and lots of other issues. This philosophy of our reform is that we have communities, in fact capable communities in the basis, which is supported by the European Commission, and this ideology undoubtedly will be there in the future. And also it is mentioned that a certain progress was achieved in the key legislative documents about the organization of executive power and local self-governance, Altogether, we do understand that the issue of distribution of authorities, which we were mentioning and discussing just recently in the same hall, is not finalized, and we need to quickly conduct it as well. What does European Commission add in the context of our conference? That for the successful negotiations, Ukraine has to comply with the certain tasks. First of all, we need to finalize the decentralization reform. We understand what that is. It's a huge amount of work, but it needs to be relevant and mentioned at all of the levels, because several politicians, even since 2020, sometimes it occurs to them that Ukraine is finalizing the decentralization reform. Hooray, everything is already cool. We understand that it is not finalized, and at the post-conflict period we'll have even more work to finalize it successfully. And there are several more issues connected with the necessity of the legislative criteria, which would be one of the priorities according to which the military administrations should be created, at least in the settlements, I mean in the communities. Even as of today, the law on the legal status of the martial law does not give the answer for that. And also it's nice to hear, and I think that lots of our leading experts who are taking part today, and there is a separate panel discussion about that, about the legal status, the status of the for the municipalities in the public law. So there are several more issues which are offered to implement. They're totally coinciding with what the Center of Political Legal Reforms is working on. I mean the team together with the support of the program of ULEAD. All of that should be finalized with the adoption of constitutional changes created for the reform on decentralization in Ukraine to be sustainable and irreversible. I think that this objective, what we are doing today and in the future, has to be the key one. And I will never be tired to repeat, under the conditions of peace and under the conditions of martial law, there is no alternative for the strong local self-governance, whatever you think, whatever you invent. And we need to do everything possible for the current conditions to help preserve these institutions to the full extent of the authorities which they have today, and the peculiarities which are the requirements of the martial law should also be taken into consideration. And simultaneously, we shouldn't weaken the role of the institutions of local self-governance, strengthening their responsibility as well. For that, there are other opportunities, that is, the interim administrative supervision over the decisions of the local self-governance authorities. All of that together can guarantee its successful development. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you success during today's event.
Дякую, Вячеславе Андроновичу.
Thank you, Vyacheslav Andronovich. And to another greeting speech, we invite the head of the multi-level governance of ULEAD, Zoran Herbst. Thank you very much.
Dear Mr. Nehoda, dear participants, let me sincerely greet you and welcome you on behalf of ULEAD with Europe. We have almost reached the end of the year, and I don't know how you see it, but I feel that the last year has just flew by. It has been a very, very eventful year. First of all, of course, another year of Ukrainian bravery. Sorry, another year of Ukraine inspiring the world day by day. So this conference is also a great opportunity to look back at this year, but also to look into the future. What has to be done to reach Ukrainian goals? It has been a very meaningful year. because everything you do, everything you discuss is about the future of Ukraine now. This is a very, very positive process. It's not just about Ukrainian existence, it's about Ukraine's future. And it's very concrete. It's about Ukraine becoming a member state of the European Union. This is the way. You have finally made this decision, and we are now finally talking about the concrete facts and what it is about. And so I would like to use this opportunity also to say thank you to all of you who are involved in this process. All of you who are working so hard in making it happen. The soldiers at the front lines, first of all, but also everyone else who works so hard on Ukraine being victorious militarily against the aggressor, but also politically in becoming a member state of the European Union. And I have to say that I'm very, very thankful to be able to support this process, working in a meaningful project, supporting you in going this way. I'm thankful for this cooperation, and I would like to use this opportunity also to say thank you. This year has been a year also of a very intense, never seen before cooperation between the Center for Policy and Legal Reform and You Lead with Europe. The Center has been working on the very heart of Ukraine, reflecting on the legislation that makes a state, bringing together the best scholars, developing and discussing ideas in concepts, in many events and in many formats, concepts that can shape the future of the country on its way to the European Union. Thank you very much for this. The Center also just recently celebrated its 27th birthday. Congratulations. This number shows that the Center is an integral part of Ukraine's history, being a free and independent state. Yes, there are many, many challenges ahead of you. There are a lot of things that need to be done in order to bring Ukraine in a position to quickly join the European Union, because that's the most important goal. No one wants, I call it, Balkanization of this process. This should not happen. It's the most important thing to go the way straight and to reach a relatively quick accession and membership in the European Union. And therefore, work needs to be done, of course, in important topics and on important topics, and they will be discussed today in brief and in the future, of course. Topics of local self-government, topic of supervision, topic of the delineation of powers, topic of the legal status of the municipality, topic of the financial capacity of local self-government, questions of integrity and the fight against corruption on the local level. All this needs to be thought through and discussed. Decentralization reform must be finalized, and local self-government has to be further strengthened in order to become the resilient basement of Ukrainian statehood. But you are working on this, and the results are very visible. I want to assure you that You Lead with Europe will continue to support you on this way. We are here to stay, not to go, and we will be here as long as it is necessary. This conference will be another step in the right direction, another possibility, another opportunity to look back on what has been reached, but also look into the future and think about what needs to be done. Everything is under the idea of reaching the goal of joining the European Union quickly, and you are working hard on reaching this goal. Thank you very much for this. We will be here to further support you. Thank you, Mr. Koliushko, for organizing yet another event that will shape Ukraine's future on this way. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава!
Glory to heroes. Thank you, Mr. Herbst, for these really sincere and inspiring words. Thank you one more time for the support. Thanks to your initiative and the initiative of You Lead with Europe, we united in this big creative group as part of this project, and we could work on what we have worked, and we are really ready to continue to do this further on. And with this, we are finishing this opening part of the conference, but of course, I cannot but mention that we have the opportunity today to work today thanks to someone being in the front line, someone holding up there in the front line, protecting the independence of our country, defending it, and thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine, we today have the opportunity to talk about the future of our state. Of course, with this, there are many losses in our army. I think that to begin our conference, let us have a minute of silence for those who have died in the war for independence of Ukraine. Thank you. Please sit down. Now I would like to invite to the stage the participants of the first panel. Those are basically Yanina Kazuk, Yuri Ganushchak, Ivan Slobodyanik, Natalia Petrenko, Sergei Levchuk, Yuri Severin, and Sergei Sharshov. And the moderator of the first panel will be Vasyl Stepanovich Kubida, our patriarch of local self-governance, if we can say that. Please take your seats. Hope you're in good health, dear ladies and gentlemen. During this panel, we will look at the number of relevant questions that Mr. Koliushko has mentioned. This is public administration in communities and districts under martial law and after its termination or abolition, the peculiarities of the occupied territories, then the powers of local self-government and local finance, and then methodology for accessing and comparing communities. We have 1 hour and a half to work, 90 minutes. Let us agree about how we share the time. I have such a proposal for the speakers to try to make their speeches within 10 minutes, and those who will be discussing the presentations, I ask you to do it in the time under 5 minutes. This is so that people in the audience could also have a Q&A session and receive answers to the questions that they came here with or that they got when they were listening to you. We're asking the audience, please raise your hands when you have the questions, and I will give you the floor. And those who will be speaking, please stick to the time deadlines, and I must follow that you do this so that I wouldn't silence you. And I'm asking now the head of the board of CPLR, Mr. Igor Koliushko. Can you hear me? Well, basically, I want to very briefly now present two concepts that we have written as this material, just like a food for thought. And as an answer, they give the answer to the question, what to do when somewhere in some territory of Ukraine there are no self-governance bodies. The lack of effectiveness of these bodies can happen for various reasons. This can be like no first elections after the new community has been formed. This may be the lack of quorum, especially now in the occupied territories. This may be a rather frequent situation. There may be the situation when the councils violate the constitution, and we need to do something about that. In our opinion, there may be more of them than we have here on the slide. The citizens don't need to suffer. They definitely need to receive those services that they have the right to receive, and also those services that the local self-government is responsible for, the bodies of local self-government are responsible for. And therefore, there must be some answer to this question. And in this part, our legislation currently not fully is not complete, is not finalized. We know from the experience of the European countries that very often there is a mechanism that when something happens to the local self-government, then the law provides for some person who is responsible during this certain period, a person from the government who keeps the situation stable until the next election, or maybe there's sanation if there were some violations, for instance, financial violations by the self-government body, and they need to correct the situation and then need to relaunch. Of course, these questions, they touch upon the constitutionally, we should have started from changing the constitution here, but nonetheless, we live in the situation when our constitution, it did not provide for the war, it did not provide for the existence of the front line and occupied and deoccupied territories. This is why life sometimes makes us make innovative steps, not everything we can find in the constitution. This is why we have thought about these problems, and another event in May, when we started this project, in Verkhovna Rada, a draft law was discussed, 8056, that among other things provided for civil and military administrations on the entire territory of Ukraine. It is currently provided only for territories where we are fighting against the armed aggression, only for Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts. But these changes suggested to lift this limitation and to create them anywhere, in Lviv and Zakarpattia and other territories. And I got concerned by this. I don't think that this is the right approach. And we thought, what could be a more correct answer to this question? What could be the alternative? And the result of this, I don't know. The result of these thoughts was the concept of ensuring the implementation of the powers of the local self-government while guaranteeing the rights of citizens. Of course, we don't have the opportunity now to retell the entire background that we have outlined in this concept, but just to make you interested so that you would be interested to read through this concept, I will just emphasize the conclusions. In this situation, we suggest to look at three models. That's basically, those should be instruments that the hromadas should regulate the situations with their bodies of self-governance. And here we can use local referendums and maybe even other procedures that in case of, if it's a local referendum, for instance, and if we want to speak of distrust to the council that does not reflect the interests of the community, or if there is no council, definitely it needs to be done in a different way. And if in the community there is a possibility to do this, we need to have this entire set of this instrument in the law on the local self-governments. Another option, when inside the community itself it is impossible to solve any of these issues, and we suggest to look and it also could have been included into the law on local state administrations, a temporary, very short-term option, not more than half a year. In my opinion, direct governance from the district state administration.
Why do I mean short term? Till the period of the preparation and conduction of the elections. But in the situation when the period of absence of local self-governance is too long, is prolonged, we do not find any other answer but to take the experience of other countries and have the tool for temporary charge d'affaires of the Cabinet of Ministers in the community. Those three options are described in these concepts. We have the arguments, the points pro each of them, and we can think about them. It is, of course, not that easy to implement them, but still we think that maybe, and again we can discuss that about the constitutional nature, but if we consider that the implementation of the citizens' rights is the first interest of the citizens, we need to base upon that and then to think how we can provide it as close as possible to the constitutional model. So in fact these options, these models can be used including the territories of Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, which for the shorter period of time were under occupation and I do hope will be soon liberated. Simultaneously, we have the situation with Donetsk and Luhansk regions, which are, with the substantial part of which are under occupation for about 10 years already. So the societal changes which took place there because of that, in our opinion, do not allow, as it is defined by the law, to conduct, for instance, the local self-governance processes in 30 days after the end of the martial law. So we offered a different concept, especially to organize public administration on the territory of Donetsk and Luhansk regions after the end or cancellation of the martial law. This slide reminds that the territory of these regions in fact consists of three types of the territories about the functioning of the public administration. There are communities which are under occupation for 10 years already. There are communities which used to be the frontline zone where we had the military civilian administrations, and also there are communities where we had local self-governance. That is why, in fact, for the sake of that, we offer two possible scenarios. We consider them. The first one is if we have the full liberation of the territories, the combats are over and the peace treaty is signed, so we have the full-scaled peace. Then, during the transition period, we think it's not reasonable to use the law on military civilian administrations because there are no reasons which were used to introduce those peculiarities for the military nature of these administrations. But for the transitional justice, we need a transitional period, so we offer the new law to be adopted about the special civil administrations, and the concept describes its main provisions. The second option, if the defense forces of Ukraine fully or partially deoccupy the territories of Donetsk and Lugansk regions, but there is still no peace, the front line is just moving, for instance, to the borderline, and for instance, a conflict is frozen, and because of that, we see the end of the martial law. Then the best model, in our opinion, is still the civilian military administrations according to the acting law, but with certain amendments introduced into it, which are also described in this concept. So in fact, thank you, that's what I wanted to mention about this topic. Thank you, Igor Borisovich, that you stick to the timing of 10 minutes. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Igor Borisovich while you're thinking? I have a question, in fact. You're speaking about the fundamental points about the efficiency of functioning of the whole system of local self-governance and its ability to get rid of the drawbacks of the functioning as separate elements and both the whole system. And it can be done by itself when it is self-training and self-improving, or when it cannot cope with these so-called sicknesses. The state authorities are introduced, so the state is obliged to provide all the services on all of the territories of Ukraine, so it is obliged to be involved. So I have the question then. Now, the parliament is adopting the laws, including the ones about the local self-governance, but as for the acting laws, they are becoming acting after the end of the war, plus some period of time. Is it really reasonable, according to your opinion? Because we launched the local self-governance reform considering that the public administration and the local self-governance are not efficient enough. So improving the local self-governance, in this way we are trying to improve the efficiency of the public administration. Thank you, Vasily Stepanovich. This is a very relevant issue. And in fact, I'm really amazed how our laws are adopted. For instance, about the service, about the work in the local self-governance authorities with the delay to be implemented later. And honestly, I do not understand what the reasons are, especially about the legislative activity, which has to be acting since the beginning in 2 years after the end of the martial law. And its separate provisions about the policies documents seems to me in 5 years after the end of the martial law. So in fact we delay for a very long period of time. It seems to me that very often they use this mechanism in the parliament as an element of compromise, to find several votes. If someone doesn't want to vote for something, they tell him, okay, let us write down that it will happen later, when you are not an MP anymore, when you're not at power. At least under such conditions could you vote. This is the only explanation which I can find to what is taking place rather frequently, because I cannot see any substantiation in the majority of the cases. Sometimes, undoubtedly, we need to do that. You cannot do something under the conditions of the martial law, and it's natural. But it is done too often, and it is used too frequently under the conditions of our current situation. So, in a nutshell, I would appeal to our MPs to be more responsible about that, and to delay only those points and provisions which cannot be implemented today. As they say at Galicia, that when you delay something, only the cheese gets better. Can I please clarify? You offered the third model. As a representative of the Cabinet of Ministers, I can't help asking, what do you mean by this model where we need the special representative of the Cabinet of Ministers on the certain territories? Who should that be? Where from? Because the government or the ministries don't have the necessary number of employees to have the special representative in all the territorial communities. If this is the person who just gets authorities from the Cabinet of Ministers, what's then the difference from the military administrations and the settlements where they still take managerial decisions, and there is the special representative, but in this case of the president, on the territory or the settlement or the community, who is managing the process, who is the administrator. Let me emphasize again, while developing those provisions, we consider that the military civil administrations according to the provisions of the law about them, have been created and invented for the territory of the resistance against armed aggression. So, in the process of appointment and functioning, the military commandment has been involved for this resistance, and I don't understand what does it have to do with the situation in Lviv or Zhytomyr in Vinnytsia regions, where, well, the reasons can be different. There is no quorum in Rada, and it is impossible to conduct elections under the martial law. I know that the mechanism is a bit different now. Maybe my example is not that relevant, but after the martial law there can be situations when in Poland, for instance, there were situations once or twice when the local self-governing authorities, in fact, went to bankruptcy. The community cannot be sold, but still, the financial state needs to be corrected. So that is why the charge d'affaires, in fact, is appointed, who, in fact, corrects the situation and conducts the elections in 2 years. Of course, there should be the employee of the cabinet of ministers. For that, we need either the new person. There can be different options. For instance, for the perspective, there should be the persons from the staff reserve on the position of the prefect, because we always dream that we'll have prefects in districts, as it is foreseen by the draft law on the local state administrations. So you can take those people, you can wait until the vacancy of prefect emerges, so you can train and try to manage the community for a couple of months. It's one of the options. And we have, in fact, more words about that in the concept. I do hope that Igor's words were heard, especially invitation for the training. And while they are thinking how to do that, I'm giving the floor to Janina Kaziuk, the expert on political public finance and local self-governance and state administration professor. Thank you. You have 10 minutes. Please, would you please show my presentation? I'm happy to welcome you at this forum. Thank you for the invitation. So could you show my presentation, please? While I'm getting some assistance, I'd like to say that definitely the local self-governing authorities are one of the main subjects of the provision of public services, which are done according to the principle of subsidiarity, and for those services to be provided to the full extent, and for the community to be fully capable, it's necessary for the territorial community to have the full spectrum, the full range of the resources. That is the economic potential, labor potential, the infrastructural provision, and of course the financial capacity, the proper financial base. And with this objective to assess and reconsider the methodologies which exist as of now, in particular the methodology of the government. As you know, that the formation of territorial communities was done according to the governmental methodologies. It was rather efficient while amalgamating the territorial communities. But to conduct the assessment of the full-scale functioning of whether the territorial community is really capable as of today to conduct the full spectre of the communities which it has, still, this spectre did not exist. But simultaneously in 2019, the Ministry of Regional Development developed the methodology of the assessment of financial capacity. So we provided the comparative analysis. We tried to compare how efficient and how debatable are any of the approaches to the existing approaches. So we can see Vinnytsia region on the screen. So we had analysis all over Ukraine. We, in fact, analyzed more than 1,000 of communities about both methodology, and we compared their capacity. Maybe those are not appropriate points for the discussion because of the indicators. I will not speak about Vinnytsia because you can see it on the screen, but as for Ukraine, the incapable community was only one. According to the outcomes of 2021, we took the data by the methodology of the assessment of financial capacity. That is already 431 community and 22 critical ones. So we can see
Необхідно було переглянути, подивитися, тому що ці
it was really necessary to reconsider them because the indicators which we got can be even opposite in their definition, in their assessment, in their approaches to assess the capacity of the territorial communities. So to add to what I just mentioned, so you can just see at the example of Vinnytsia region, in all of the territorial communities by the indicators of 2021, the assessment was done according to the methodology of the government and compared to the methodological recommendations. Those red columns are the critical assessments which are totally opposite to what used to be in the analysis of the capacities of the communities. So that is why, after having this analysis to provide our own suggestions, we moved to the following conclusions. We have developed 6 models. We modeled them according to the certain financial indicators which we offer in our methodology, according to different models. I will not delve deeper about that. This will be in more details in our materials, which we will highlight. But I'd like to say that considering this modeling which we conducted in more than 1,000 of territorial communities and their financial indicators in particular. Why financial? Because we have the official statistics. Municipal statistics. I will say about that later. So we spoke about one of the methodologies, that is the method of Ken-Brown, which is rather popular in different European countries, but we adapted it to our reality. This is the list of financial indicators according to which we modeled those 6 models, and we made certain conclusions. So at the following slides, at each of the models, you can see the overall outcome. So options 5 and 6. 5 is the model according to which we came to the conclusion that it would be much more appropriate to reflect these indicators by the test system of 10 points by Ken-Brown, and taking into account the adaptation to our reality. These are also the graphic materials of the table indicators, which you can see according to each of the models. As for the critical, low, satisfactory, optimal, and high indicators of the capacity of territorial communities, but according to the financial indicators. Besides that, at these slides, at this one and the following ones, you can see it, the distribution among the regions, the percentage to the number of communities depending on the level of financial capacity, from the high to the critical one, and the same distribution of communities by the number. Considering the number of territorial communities which can be found in the regions, we have this analytics and certain indicators, the analysis of which can lead to certain conclusions. Besides what I mentioned, according to the results of 2021, we approbated our methodology according to the current conditions. We took 9 months of the budget of Zhytomyr region, and I thank for that the director of the Department of Zhytomyr Regional State Administration, Victor, that in the cooperation and with this interaction we modeled some of the indicators of Zhytomyr region. Of course, 2023 will be different from 2021, but this is the impact of our reality of the war, and for that we need to do different conclusions. But you can see that this model is well working and we can make real conclusions. And besides what I mentioned, that we can make conclusions about the territorial communities, about certain criteria of financial capacity, I would mention about this red column, that financial indicators witness about the differentiation of resource provision among the territorial communities. The highest and the lowest income indicator is 53 times. As for the income tax, more than 60 times. That's what we'll be speaking about further on, about the income tax, about the
Видатки на культуру, зокрема, ви так
expenses for culture. In particular, you can see that there is the difference for more than 90 times. And the share of capital expenses for more than 190 times. The difference between the lowest and the highest indicators among the territorial communities is about 200 times. In this context, we can make a conclusion that the methodology gives an opportunity
формування там державної
to become the foundation for taking into account the local peculiarities. The improvement of the financial level can be the substantiation to review their own and delegated authorities and the formation of the policies.
ще
In addition, I would also like to say a couple of words, in particular on this slide. During the analysis, we have established that in 271 territorial communities, nobody spent money for sport and physical culture. So there, the constitutional rights for receiving these services are not done. Maybe there is no basis for this, or some governance approaches that need to be taken account to. I also want to draw attention to the fact that our methodology gives the opportunity to provide certain analytical data. And you also see that there is another problem. For instance, the formed communities, they have enough financial resource to do the spending that's current. They don't have the resources for investment, development, for capital spending, and sometimes they spend on salaries too much, and it's 80-90% in the resource basis of the territorial community. What it means that for development, for potential, for investment, then there is less possibility of the territorial community to do this corresponding development. And we can make certain conclusions here why this happens. And we need to analyze it in bigger detail. And of course, by analogy, you can also see here what financial resources in percentage goes for investment. I'm finishing. I understand that my time is up, but just a minute of financial indicators. We understand very well that financial indicators are just a part of a comprehensive analysis, and thus we suggest separate blocks in order to do a full institutional evaluation of capacity of the territorial community. This is economic and investment indicators, demographic indicators, infrastructural indicators. We have offered them. The detailed analysis, unfortunately, we don't have it yet. So here there is the question of introducing a local statistics, municipal statistics, development of certain criteria, certain indicators, on a systematic basis, so that we could have the comprehensive analysis of the system to be analyzed. And then finishing my presentation, we think that our approaches and suggestions for updating the methodology can be used to analyze and correct if there is a need of the administrative territorial governance, and then to evaluate the effectiveness of functioning of territorial communities and analysis of their capacity to ensure their powers, and then for forming the state policy on functioning of local self-governments, for evaluating of the capacities of territorial communities of local self-government bodies as part of the oblast, and for form state regional policies, including to identify the functional territories that the Profile Ministry is working on. I apologize for the time. You don't. We need to apologize to the audience, not to me. But I have a question. In relation to your final words, yes, there is the methodology approved by the Cabinet of Ministers, and it was probably not possible to offer another methodology by the time because they were modeling the capable territorial communities, and they were basing. So they were analyzing the potential capacity. And now we have at least three kinds of capable territorial communities: those that are modeled, those that have been approved by the Cabinet of Ministers, and there is certain difference between them. And the third one is the one that you have already checked. And all of these three kinds, they don't correspond to each other, they're not the same. So then there is the following question. Maybe, in your opinion, the new methodologies need to include any changes, and maybe we need to evaluate not potentially the provision of services of territorial communities, but as it is. So these communities indeed are capable of providing these kinds of services to everybody or only partially, and to understand also why it is provided only partially. Is it just or unjust? And then again, we can have the term as just territorial communities, where it's done justly towards every group of people, or territorial communities where some rights are violated, for instance, depending on the amount of money in the household and so on. Of course, I entirely agree with you that the methodology of the government that was developed was rather acceptable when the territorial communities were formed, but it was rather simplified so that the full evaluation could be done that you have mentioned. And we, out of the indicators that we have offered, we think that indeed certain conclusions can be made based on what? Based on how we should evaluate good quality public services. But these are, of course, the main criteria that we have suggested as the basic criteria, but they can be expanded in order and depending on the goals and the tasks that are set for it. Thank you. Are there any other questions? If I may, I would like to add a little bit here. This is a comprehensive problem. The working group that was headed by Janina Kazuk primarily analyzed these economic and financial aspects of evaluation of capacity. But in the other group, we argued a lot and we're thinking a lot about two criteria. This is the number of people living in the community and the space of the community, the size, the geographical size of the community. And it became especially relevant because of the events, because of the war, and people moving due to shelling across the borders of a lot of our territory. And because of that, we can have the result when we will have many depopulated, if we can say, territories, depopulated territories. When we're moving on to the problem of communities, it will be impossible to satisfy both the criteria of a number of citizens, which is supposed to be not less than 3,000 citizens, so that the community could be fully capable and take responsibility for providing educational, administrative, medical, and other services, and accessibility, not more than 20 kilometers to those centers of providing these services for every community or every locality that is a part of this community. What do we do with these territories? I heard suggestions that we need to review the criteria, we need to decrease the number of people in one community, for instance, to 1,000. I think that this is a mistake, that this is a wrong way to take, and all of our working groups have not agreed to this suggestion because this can lead to nivelating the entire reform and all the achievements of the 2020. This will create the possibility for dividing existing communities, there will be some political business conflicts and people will try to divide. And we think that this is Pandora's box that should not be opened. In any case, we need to find another answer in another criteria. We need to add to the legislation with the order of governance or order of functioning of local self-government. Here we're talking about this in the territories where there are no full-fledged communities. We're not currently ready to say what kind of models they are going to be. We are thinking and talking about this, but we are calling everybody to talk about this problem, because I think that the next few months we will offer options of answers to these challenges as well. In Ukraine, it will be especially relevant in the post-war period. We will have quite many territories where the functioning of capable communities will be basically impossible. Thank you. It is a very valuable addition. Please, do you have a question? No, I have a reflection. I think that you will hear the answer. Yeah, there will be the answer. I am quite close to what has been done, and I insist that before we move on criteria of capability, so evaluating the communities themselves, we should also evaluate what's called configuration. And configuration that is not correct means that administrative territorial order should be changed. What does it mean, not successful? It means that when the services that the community should provide cannot be provided, when there is a break in roads, or when through one village you need to move through the center of another community. I will not believe if the services are provided by your community if you need to move through the center of another communities. In this case, the decision needs to be made on the change of configuration of the communities. But indeed, based on the methodology that is quite capably described by Janina Kazuk, we can move on to criteria of certain capability, and then we need to make the decision, either administrative or financial, or decisions of other kind, but at least we can see the health of this community and that it's alive. Thank you. Everybody has had another look at Janina Kazuk, our shy genius, and then moving on to the next issue. Moving on? Are we moving on? Okay. Yeah, it's us again. Could we have our third presentation? We have just moved on to one of the main issues of today's discussion panel, and while they are helping us technically to upload the presentation, I will start, not to spend any more time. We all know very well that when forming the territorial basis of local self-government, it is the basis of our administrative and territorial order, and all territorial communities became equal in their rights and sources of profit. But we have identified in the laws and bylaws that we have analyzed that there is dubbing of powers between the self-government communities and executive bodies at the national level, at different levels of administrative and territorial order. So we did not do a diagonal, but we did a diagonal and vertical analysis, so a comprehensive one. And in addition, we have, of course, identified that the transfer of power is done not systematically and without enough conceptual background behind it. Before we present our approach to the concepts, we have spent several months on the following work. We have analyzed over 100 bylaws, and we have analyzed 25 different spheres where the bodies of self-government function and they're responsible for of all three levels: basic, sub-regional, and regional. And also we have had a sociological research, and here we thank the Association of Self-Government Bodies for cooperation. And the day before yesterday we presented them in bigger detail, but today I will only mention a couple of moments what conclusions we made based on this sociological study and receiving the answers from territorial communities, so that we would understand for ourselves whether we have correct vision and what problematic issues exist, so that we would need to regulate or discuss with the representatives of self-government. You see on this slide that 85% of the representatives of local self-government support the distribution of powers for their and delegated ones. And answering the question, what in your opinion should be the criteria of discriminating between your powers and delegated powers, we received the answer of over the half of respondents that those that are social and humanitarian nature should be delegated, and the powers that are related to the territories where the citizens live and its management, they should be their powers. And it's one of our main concepts, and summing up our study that you can see on our website in bigger detail, we have identified the following. We have made the following conclusions: that this issue remains for many years, and as of today it also remains rather relevant for regulating, for legal regulation. There is a general understanding of the bodies of self-government on the main approaches to distribution of powers that we have also put into our concept. Some issues, they require following work on them, but main ideas that are outlined in the conception are perceived well by the self-government bodies and can be implemented in their bylaws. When taking approaches to the development of the concept, we of course based on the current constitution of Ukraine, on the European Charter of the local self-government, and also on the reform of decentralization and forming the local powers, and on the budget code that regulates the financial basis for ensuring these powers. The task of our concept is to create the classification of powers, identifying the conditions that power is transferred, the removal of dubbing of the powers, and also creating enough material and financial conditions for ensuring that the self-government bodies can fully implement effectively their powers and their responsibilities, and also equalizing the territorial financial disproportions and ensuring the population with good quality public services. The main approach in our concept of distributing the powers, we suggest that we identify what a power our responsibility is, and the basis in our concept is that we suggest clear kinds for distribution of powers, both at the state level, at the national level, and also between different kind of self-government bodies. We also suggest to be based on certain principles on distribution of these powers that are mentioned in greater detail in our materials, and we also suggest based on certain characteristics, and then possibly we can call it differently, criteria or characteristic, to distribute based that are inside these powers, based on the nature of them. We say the nature of powers, but it's not a legal term, so we're not using it. So not taking any more of your time, I will ask for word again, but now I will give the floor to Yuri Hanushak so that he presents our approach to differentiating between the powers of different self-government bodies that are documented in our concept. Thank you. So the approach that I mentioned here, as a result, we should have there must be something that's very clear. When we distribute some powers, there should be no doubt in that it's done correctly. It's like in the beginning of 2009, we suggested how the methodology of forming communities should be used. We gave these methodologies to the oblasts and they modeled. And the difference between our modeling and their modeling is 5%. It means that the methodology is correct. So the very same approach is used here. There is a certain methodology and every kind of power is given there or there. It's impossible for it to be thrown somewhere else instead of being thrown somewhere else. And this is why it's a political decision, you know. At position number 1, the powers that we should not, in any case, give to local self-government. This is defense. This is foreign policy. This is creating legislation, and this is also justice.
The powers that can be delegated, but they are in the gray zone. The local self-governance has something to do with that, or they are interested, for instance, for the police to act adequately. But they are not, in fact, compliant with the criteria of delegation, which we mentioned above, so they are still left in the state budget, though they are in the zone which, according to the European Charter of Local Self-Governance, has the name of the competence sphere, the sphere of competence for the local self-governance. One of the examples, whether the local self-governance authority can help additionally in the system of social protection, if they have extra money, but it is funded from the state budget. The protection notion is the state budget. The help can be the local one. Yes, it can, if it is foreseen by the law. So this is the second zone. Then we have the ones which are the local self-governance are responsible for. The distribution is done according to the principles of social humanitarian sphere and the communal. It's like in the Magdeburg Law. They did not have social issues then. Everything was paid for. But the authorities to provide the welfare was done by them. So they had allocated resources, mostly about real estate. So the zones which are of social nature, we say they are delegated, not just because I like this word, but because we got used to it. So let us give the priority to the politicians to choose the notions. They need their 15 minutes of glory, so they can offer something different. So out of those delegated authorities, we have 3 positions. Depending on whether the state is interested in its impact about these authorities. Provision number 1, which is Article 143 of the Constitution. So, again, we can speak about the notions, the terms. So those are the authorities of the executive branch authorities and are executed by the executive authorities of the local self-governance instead of the state. So in fact, in the budget directly, the expenses for the service are not mentioned. We have only expenses to fund the staff, the part which performs the function of the state, in particular the Department of Social Protection, which deals with the IDPs, the Children's Affairs Service, which are doing what should have been done by the state, But we all know that the state is not always efficient in doing that. For instance, in the huge communities, it's better to be done not by the state, by the local self-governance, but there should be compensation. So the introduction of this provision instantly provides the obligation of the state to make the system of subventions of the compensation nature to perform these obligations. The second is the given authorities. So far it's only one position. That is the provision of the educational or academic process for the pupils of secondary schools, because it's not just an obligatory service, but the consumers of this service cannot just refuse to get this service. And that is why the state is obliged to guarantee a certain amount of funding, so as no one could say that we felt this lack of money, we were out of money and the state did not fund it. There are no free, in fact, spaces, there are gaps there, so it is the direct subvention. If there is the decision that the elder groups of the preschool education are there, it will become obligatory. And the ones which are already there, when the state says, we have the state policy about this sphere, and you have the huge autonomy how it should be implemented, but I will control certain parameters, indicators, and my resource, which has this name, the taxes and fees of the state level, which are calculated how they need to be fixed there. For instance, we calculate the amount of how much it should be. We achieve a certain figure, we give a certain part of state taxes and fees, then we have the equalization formula. So we need some gaps to provide these authorities. The only thing I need to mention, and which is in the objective of our reform, the local self-governance authorities are obliged still to allocate some money for these powers and authorities, because it's zero, for instance, for sports and PT, but it is the state policy which exists in this sphere. We need the proper labor market. That is why we say that there should be the minimal amount of expenses which have to be considered in each of those fixed authorities. Let me be sincere, 72%. Why 72? Because this is the lowest index of tax capacity after equalization. No one can say that we don't have money. At least at the level of 72%, you can fund each of the spheres, and altogether it will be like this. And now the main picture, which shows how it looks like. All of those points. Do we have the only slide? No, not the only one. This is about each of the provisions, each of the positions, because here we defined first who, secondly how do they fund it, who is the beneficiary, how do they calculate the certain sums of money, and the last provision, how control is done. So as for the own money, it's only done exceptionally for the legal matter, and it's not control, it's supervision. And about that, the word supervision is connected with the notion of the state administrations. As for all the rest, we have the specialized inspections. So there were the notion of control. Well, monitoring is better, but the inspection should provide it. So it's a professional kind of work. And of course, as for the state we need to look at the reasonableness. As for the local self-governance, we don't provide this notion because it would contradict the European Charter of Self-Governance, but the frequency, the timeliness, and so on, which are dictated by the state about the delegated ones, should be definitely controlled. Intermunicipal cooperation. We know that there are such issues that Article 93 is not binding one. It says that you just have to delegate. So we'd like to look at the fixed authorities, because they are state ones, that it should be obliged to provide money. If you don't have the institution, or you don't have enough of that, you cannot provide the high quality services. But our methodology allows to calculate how much it costs. And that is why we cannot use the delegated ones, the given ones for the municipal, intermunicipal cooperation, because it's the state is the one which defines who should do that. But as for the fixed and own ones, it can be done through intermunicipal cooperation. And in Article 93, we mentioned that if nothing else is predefined in the contract between the communities, then the Ministry of Finance can help with its methodology to calculate how much needs to be allocated. Those are the conditions of the delegation of authorities from the state. You read all of them. They just mentioned definitely that they should be satisfied. And then the state provide the consultations with the associations of the local self-governance, and the associations say, yes, we are ready to take them, so delegate, please. That's my last one, right? Okay. So now about the subsidiary principle as for the higher level. It's not only what's written in the budget code, which bears the specialized nature, but this is the service which is provided not daily. It is rather expensive. It is really, some of the institutions are not equally distributed, and they can be only 2 or 3 per the region. And if those criteria are not working, then the intermunicipal cooperation. At least we can say that in each of the communities, certain services are being provided. They are just given by the regional budget. Thank you. Thank you. I was told that the ones who are working with us online, they have questions. So I have the question to the people from the technical service. I have a request. Could you please let me know when I can give the floor for the ones who are online with us and who would like to pose the question? Vyacheslav Nahoda, the head of the Office of Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, had the question. Is he in touch with us? No, he's not? Well, if he emerges, please let me know. I have a question to you. As we know, we don't have the standard system of classification of authorities of local self-governance, so in different states they do that differently. They classify the different names with different contents and so on. So the question to you is the following. What are the main criteria or the sign of classification do you use to classify them by groups? Well, we already mentioned that first we distribute the state ones. By which sign do you see that they are the state ones and the local self-governance? What's the difference? The ones which are state ones, they are first separated. What, for instance, the state cannot definitely delegate. I think there won't be issues about that. Then there is some gray zone which can be there or there, but we provide the conditions under which it can be delegated. Still, it is staying in the state budget. So considering that this is the zone which can be moving, we're giving the opportunity to take decisions considering when there is the question whether the authorities should be delegated or not. The state with the associations, by the way, we need the new law on associations to have adequate consultations. So the question will be the following. How much would the state pay for this authority which it would like to delegate for the local self-governance? Here we don't have the one-way street only. This is the civilized communication process between the local self-governance and the state. Because decentralization, in fact, is a very subtle difference between the absolute monarchy and neo-feudalism. This is the higher level of intellectual work. And each of the certain responsible institutions should be rather well trained for these needs. So the main difference is the level of autonomy of the local self-governance or not. Well, you see, when we are here, even in the part of local self-governance, we can speak about their autonomy in the sense whether it is mentioned by the European Charter of the Local Self-Governance, administrative autonomy, financial autonomy. I'm asking about the same. I'm asking about the Charter, not about the rumors. So, considering these positions, still we have the margin. We have the autonomy. But as for the delegated, it's very low. As for the fixed, it's much higher, 72% can be lost. As for your own, 100%. If you'd like, you can spend it, or you shouldn't. The voters will see whether you do it properly or not. But we need to provide the legal nature. So the autonomy is limited by the legal nature. Okay, another question. What do you say, in fact, fixed authorities? In lots of the states, it is considered to be own authorities of the local self-governance, and the ones which you say delegated, they consider them to be common of authorities between the local self-governance and the state. What about your attitude towards this type of classification? Well, you know, still the world has become much more complicated. And decentralization started in the 80s, when the state saw that it cannot catch up with the challenges which are appearing. We cannot roll back to the times of the law of Magdeburg, when the own authorities were just the, in fact, settling the territory where you live. And what's beyond the cities is the right of the feudal. We had the cities of the regional significance, and the rest were not that obvious, because self-governance was not at the proper level. So we may say, let us take the French model, because in France they have a rather nice one. The American one, just pure American self-governance. Let us not say that this local self-governance controls the education. The state is responsible for that in France. Let us create the regulation of income, how it is done in France, when they equalize it according to their own taxes and fees. The state can make those cuts and says, you are rich enough. I would say this is a bit too much, because we regulate it according to the state tax. The state has the right to do that. This is not the own money of the local self-governance. This is the money which the state additionally gives to the local self-governance authority, because they know that they can work more efficiently, better. There cannot be one pure model. That is why we are offering the model which would be perceived best by the local self-governance authorities. And you could see in the sociological research and surveys that it is perceived. It does not contradict the Charter, because the Charter does not claim to say that all of the authorities are own ones. They are providing the autonomy, but there should be the state's influence. As for the common and not common, let them define the time period. Let the politicians define that. Okay, thank you. The only thing which I misunderstood, when Robin Hood is taking something and distributing, we sing ballads about him. When the state does it, we in fact judge it for it. You know what they say in Poland? They say it's a dobush tax. No comments. I give the floor to Ivan Slobodyanik, Deputy Head of All Ukrainian Association of Communities. Thank you so much. Let me start with a point by Yuri Ivanovich that this is the subtle difference between feudalism and monarchy. Because really, in all this fight and discussion, the central authorities would always like to have more power and less responsibility on the one hand, and the local self-governance will want more money and less responsibility on the other hand. It will always be the fight of the unity and controversy, as it is said in dialectics. So the quicker we have this marriage contract regulated, and even better the calculations of the price of each of the services, the better it be. So I'd like to say something different. I'm happy when Igor Borisovich in the beginning spoke about several models. We, in fact, were saying, being rather abstract, about the conditions of peaceful time. Because let's just imagine a totally different situation, that thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine and macro-financial support, we can afford ourselves, say what Yanina said, that not enough money is spent for sports and before the war. And we can see about the last year that there are capital expenses for the culture and so on, because theoretically the situation could be totally different. If there were no macro-financial support, we would be only speaking about the authorities and some of the papers and certificates issued, and that's it for the authorities of the local self-governance. So thanks God that we can speak about this model, and that the front line allows us to speak about the further reform of decentralization.
Питання розмежування.
And this question of distribution of powers is the key question, but financially supporting these opportunities is also a key question. Because now we are talking about powers, but at some stage we have stopped in opportunities to ensure this decentralization, and I keep emphasizing this recently. There are resources for this. It's not new tax, it's not introduction of any new instruments, it's just broadening the basis that already exists. I can cite just several examples. I will not stop on them for a very long time. This is a tax on renting forests or industrial fishing that are close to the communities. This is the question of rent and many other components that can be involved today and provided to the bodies of self-government, because we think that land decentralization has not been entirely finished in this way. So these are these two components of clear distribution of who is responsible for what, ensures the peaceful coexistence of local self-government and also ensuring the welfare of citizens. But under these conditions, what we model and what we work on together, there are the things today that also I would like to talk about. And using this public platform, I would like to talk about that. What risks we see now in the existing models? First, the ideal option for us would be where the military administrations are established, especially where the de-occupation happens, that the heads of administrations would work on defense issues, and everything that's related to administrating would be done by the local self-government bodies in the form that I hope they are preserved there, because as how to recreate local self-government in the territories where for several years the bodies of self-government have not been functioning, it is a big question. And also we're observing, I would not like to use these words that under the disguise of the war, but sometimes we observe not very adequate attitude to local self-government bodies from law enforcement and also from oblast military administrations. We have the example of Gradetsk community. There were searches from the head of the community without asking for the documents. There was a search done, and law enforcement should not be working Of course, in any cases, everything should be done legally, and there must be also kind of not increasing their powers. We have Onukivska Hromada in Zakarpattia Oblast with some of their specifics, and this also should not be happening even during the war. We must be tolerant and good-hearted to each other, and I think we would avoid these problems if these things that we're talking about today would be implemented, and in this way would minimize this conflict that unfortunately happens today. And just the last phrase that I'm going to say, really, during the last 2 years, talking to the heads of communities, there was this atmosphere that the heads are saying, well, we are having more and more powers and responsibilities, there's no financial support, and we have more and more limitations, so we get the impression that maybe local self-government is ending. So it's very cool that in the last month we are having a discussion on updating the roadmap of decentralization, updating the state strategy of regional development, and this discussion. Thank you very much. Let's finish what we started. Again, I gave up my powers. But Natalia Petrenko, head of the platform of temporarily occupied and deoccupied communities, head of Shulgin community of Luhansk Oblast. Our microphone works. It's a girly microphone. Maybe Ivan was just afraid to talk into it. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to be a little bit, when the experts talked about their studies, they're indeed cool ones. We're so afraid of them when we were coming together. We were afraid not to fit into some kind of column. We were afraid to be not capable. We were trying to be right, and basically for 9 years we were taking the road very quickly, taking 7-mile steps, implementing the decentralization. I'm the representative of Luhansk region and also of our association of amalgamated territorial communities, and also the head of the platform of temporarily occupied and deoccupied communities. Thank you for emphasizing that association is a colossal instrument between the central government bodies, studies of different institutions, and we're very thankful that you involve us and we listen to you and use your methodology. This is very helpful. I also would like to say that for 9 years we've been doing good decentralization without going away from the main norms, but we were growing our professionals. We were making mistakes when we were creating the institutions of starostas, and then we were also making mistakes giving different subventions when we didn't know about municipal cooperation. Other communities, I have a colleague from Zaporizhia Oblast, he said, why are your communities so small, nobody pays anything? And I wanted to tell him, look at us. We have gathered here in the Oblast and we have talked that small communities, it does make sense. It's like the archive of the state, it's like a secondary thing. There are other issues, but we have given other subventions, and then we understand what it means to have intermunicipal cooperation, and it became legal, and it became an integrity thing between us. We have money and we pay for this service, and unfortunately now basically 604,000 of occupied territories that we have, and we are talking about the communities who are very capable, where they were capable agricultural companies and industrial companies, and this methodology will work only if there is integrity in statistics in post-war state. And also we would want this methodology to be supported by the state strategy of development. If there is no vision of the state, what we want in the deoccupied territories, what kind of rebuilding we will have there and development, and what we're going to be doing there, I think that all of our conversations will be about nothing. The time means very much, and we are losing many professionals. Currently, the problem is that I'm just a little bit stepping away, but I'm talking about the pain points. Doctors from temporarily occupied territories are not being financed. And who came here? The doctors are saying that in that territory, Russia pays crazy money, and we left, and we believe in the Ukrainian state, but the National Health Service will stop paying them now. This is a pain point for us, but thanks to the international partners that believe in us, thanks to you, LEAD, this is a constant sponsor and supporter. But what came to us, to those territories, it does not respect private property, democracy, does not know what decentralization is, because when I was questioned by the investigator, forget about elections, they said, this will be just a person that looks over you, supervises you, and let's just go. This is scary. We need to look at development. We need to support our decentralization reform, and we need to be in line with the time. Thank you very much to everyone. And I'm now giving the floor to Sergei Levchuk, the head of the Secretariat of Ukrainian Association of District and Regional Councils. Good afternoon. The decentralization reform is one of the most important, and I would say most interesting reforms that are being done in Ukraine, and also all of us need to make a lot of effort to complete it, to lead it to its logical conclusion, and to make it effective. I think the most relevant question today for the levels of local self-government is the issue of identifying powers and responsibilities. Ukraine is a big country, and we definitely are in the position that is identified by the constitution on three-level model of governance in Ukraine. There's a local community, there's district, and there is oblast. Even my colleague, Mr. Slobodyanik, mentioned that there is a certain idea about some functions and responsibilities being put too much on local communities, but nobody questions the capacity, and they have proven with their work that they can perform the functions that the law puts on them. But we still think that some of the function it makes sense to give back to the level of district councils, in particular the functions on opening centers for providing social services, maybe the question of the roads, some of the environment-related questions, and the same thing relates to the level of oblasts, maybe some of the issues that they are responsible for now. Maybe it would make sense to put them one level down to the district level, and also the questions that are now in the responsibility of the national bodies. These are the things that need to be discussed and that now need to be solved, finally solved. I cannot but react to the question that we mentioned 3 times today. It is providing the services on physical culture and sport, and I've been working on this a lot, and I want to very briefly mention that increasing the budget or providing these sports schools for children to a certain institution, it cannot be definitely solved. Children's schools, by its definition, cannot ensure these services that we need today. We have solved the issue, I would just briefly say, with the kolkhozes, yes, but we still preserved the children's sports schools. I think that this is a priority task to also involve the representatives of line ministries to these discussions. We have the entire committee in Verkhovna Rada, and this question also needs to be regulated, and we need to go away from this Soviet legacy. On local self-governments, I think that it's very pleasant that the line committee of the Verkhovna Rada has this broad discussion involving the representatives of the association, of our association, to the discussion. We are now actively working on, and with our members of the association, we are working on our proposals, the positive cases. We will represent them soon. Thank you for invitation. Thank you Mr. Kuibida. This was the Vox Populi. The government was very actively listening to you. And before we finish, we give the word to Mr. Severin, the Director of the Regional Policy Department of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine Secretariat. Thank you for the invitation and for giving me the word and for the ability to speak after 3 associations of self-government bodies. We here also outside the events, we had a discussion in Frankivsk yesterday on the regional topics, and also we talked about how the government listens to local associations, involves them in developing the bylaws, and I think that the participants who are present here and the 4th All-Ukrainian Association of Cities of Ukraine will also confirm that there is this cooperation. Maybe it is not as broad and not as fruitful as we want it to be, but here they compromise things, we all understand this, and I think that Mr. Levchuk will also say that we involve people to develop in different bylaws, and it is very good, this event and all the previous events. It's very good that in the recent time the updating of the territories, renovating the territories became more relevant, and in terms of discussion during this panel, reconstruction in different territories, the powers, the responsibilities, it is indeed very important, but let's again look at if we are renovating the local self-government body, we need to have a transitional period in certain territories that were occupied in different time frames, even if we don't put together the occupied territories that were in occupation for 1 month, like in Kyiv Oblast. We cannot compare the occupation of Kyiv Oblast and the occupation of Chernihiv or Sumy Oblast, because the period of occupation was the same, but even today the different defense challenges that they still have. And we even need to have this sub-kind and compare them one to the other, because it's one thing that we practically can basically renovate, restate the territory in self-government in Kyiv and part of Zhytomyr Oblast, but on the near border in Chernihiv and Sumy Oblast, the defense challenges are very different, and there we cannot move the same way. And what's on longer occupation periods, Crimea, Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, and developing a separate law, the occupation of Crimea, the Cabinet of Ministers has this task already to prepare it and to prepare today to that must happen in the nearest time. Here there are these nuances, but let us also take the 3 components that are on the panel and look at them through what we talked about last year on the law about regional policies and 4 types of territories, because all of this must go through this law. Because when we're talking about this very capacity that was demonstrated today, I think that the capacity that the communities have will be compared not only between each other, but also depending on what kind of type of territory this community is in, because it's one thing if it is in renewable type, the other thing if it's in growing type, and to compare them by the same indicators and in one space, it is possible, because there will be very heavy different conditions. And today is the 3rd day since the Cabinet of Ministers has been working in the project of the draft law that was developed in the ministry on the types of territories, and there is a question, there will be discussion, and I think the associations will also take part in it, because we will be also looking at it at the government committee. We will involve the associations, because there is a number of questions on those indicators where these territories are allocated to a certain functional type, and also after this law is passed, we will have to allocate the territories. So the content of the territories will be mentioned in the strategy, and we also hope that we'll be able to adopt the strategy till the end of the year. It has been developed by the ministry already, and it's expecting to be sent to the central government body for being agreed on. So I would finish here. And again, the word to the ministry. Mr. Sergei Sharshov, head of the Department of the Development of Local Self-Government, Territorial Organization of Authority, Administrative and Territorial Structure. Thank you. I will try to very briefly speak on some issues. On forming the capable territorial communities, indeed, so that the government could identify first by the certain regions, oblast administrations, oblast councils, perspective plans for forming the communities. The government has formed the methodology on forming capable communities. It was made in two parts. The first part was how we are forming the perspective plan, and the second part was with some indicators for forming capable territorial communities in this or that territory. And if we take the indicators that are included in the acting government document on identifying of the capability of the community, the main indicators were the number, not the general number, by children of school and under school age. And another thing was the presence or absence of certain infrastructural objects. Taking into account the process and finishing the process of administrative and territorial reform in the year 2020, this document can still be used, but when the project of forming communities in Ukraine has finished with elections in October 2020, we can take it into account, but to use it is not quite correct, doesn't quite make sense. But during the year 2021, the ministry actively worked on developing the indicators related to identifying the capability of communities. It created, it turned into the informational analytical system of identifying the capability of communities that was presented in January 2022. And this system was presented in 3 regions of Ukraine. But at the same time, with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, of course, this process was, for the understandable reason, paused, and certain law enforcement structures asked us to close this system as of now.
And I'd like to mention that the ministry goes on filling in this system, which consists of more than 50 indicators about each of the communities, and here we will be able to see and to create the whole ranking table about each of the district or region, how it looks like in comparison with a different community, and in fact we can make certain corrections or adjustments or prompts, whether to the representatives of the local self-governance authorities or the state authorities, for them to pay attention more, as Janina showed on the example about the culture and sports. Besides that, the ministry is working using these indicators on the work connected with the implementation of municipal statistics. This is not a new issue, it is an old one, so I think that soon it will be implemented. As of the perspectives of corrections of certain administrative territorial units, I need to emphasize that until 2022, the communities were formed on the key 2 indicators, the availability of the infrastructure and the number. We took into consideration the number of the children of preschool and school age. Well, of course, now we are at war. All of those indicators are mixed, and there is the requirement to update and reconsider certain indicators. I will not repeat what Yuri said about the functions of the territories. Really, we have adopted the law and we have developed a certain law draft by the government as for the definition of the functioning territories, and the last point about the issues connected with the recovery of power. I'd like to drive your attention that Article 141 of the Constitution of Ukraine, the local self-governance is foreseen as the right. The only restriction of rights for the local self-governance is defined by Article 64 of the Constitution, which tells about the special period, the wartime or emergency state. So when we introduce certain temporary governments and institutions to the activity of the local self-governance authorities, that is, for the elections, we need to pay attention to Articles 64 and 141 of the Constitution of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. The time for this discussion is over. We thank you for your patience. We do apologize that I was not harsh enough with Janina Kazuk. And this is the consequence. We took a minute and a half more for this panel discussion. Thank you, Vasil Stepanovich. Well, look, this panel discussion was a bit too much, but the next one will be a bit easier. So during the next one, maybe we'll have more time for the Q&A session for the audience. So I promise to organize that. Now we are having a break. There is a mistake in the agenda, as if it is till 1:15. It's not true. It's till 1 p.m. sharp. Please come back here at 1 p.m. and we will begin our second panel at 1 p.m. Have a good coffee. So, let us go on with our work. In fact, I would ask our IT guys to show my introduction presentation. Oh, it's here already, thank you. Our second panel discussion. I do apologize. Before beginning the second panel discussion, I have one more task to mention for all of you. It turns out that not all of you got information at the registration that our materials can be found by the QR code. And the same concerns the ones who are working with us online. You didn't get the badges with QR codes, but the QR code emerges in Zoom. It appears somewhere and somehow. I don't know how and when, but still, I was told to mention that it appears, and that you have the opportunity to use it and to have access to the materials. I think that finally, the materials then can be shared and sent out if you have any problem with an access through the QR code. That was a technical announcement. Now let's move to our second panel discussion. In fact, the panel which is devoted to the local self-governance and territorial organization of authorities on the way of Ukraine towards the European Union. So in fact, at this slide, I wrote down 8 points, maybe they are more, which show why our local self-governance is different from the local self-governance in the EU country members. That is why, in my opinion, the majority of those provisions need to provide reforms getting ready to the accession into the EU to synchronize, to, in fact, comply with the level, the standard according to which the local self-governance is working in the EU members. Obviously, there shouldn't be any of the just copying. It's hard to copy, in fact, because lots of countries have their own differences and peculiarities. The European Union has the principle of administrative autonomy, which tells us that the organization, both of the executive power and the local self-governance authorities in each of the countries, is done according to their decisions. And they don't have the severe policy of the EU about the organization of public administration authorities. But there are certain principles which need to be complied with, and people need to manage their activity according to them. I'd like to drive your attention only to some of the points from the list. First and foremost, we need to finalize our reform, to understand, to define in our legislation that the community is the administrative territorial unit. In fact, de facto, we are living in this structure, but de jure, it is still not defined and not regulated. So the community is still there as the group of residents of this administrative territorial unit. Some people criticize this approach, but sorry, it is like that in all the European countries. The community, the group, commune, municipality, mina, all of that has this double sense as much as we have with the community in Ukraine. Secondly, in all of the countries which are EU members, they have the legal status of the community, not separate authorities, but how in Lviv they have court files between the city council and the executive committee of the city council in the city courts about some of the real estate decisions. So the Europeans are making love. They are just ridiculing us. So they say that it cannot exist like that. Secondly, What's important and what makes us different? The membership in the community as a notion. In the majority of the European countries, according to the European legislation, the EU citizens have electoral rights at the local elections. Not only in their own country, but in any country where they are permanently residents. So this is what we have the problem in the constitution about that, because we have certain electoral rights defined in a different way, only by the citizens. And of course there is the issue of local and regional self-governance. Not a single European country has the situation where at the regional level there would be the local self-governance, governance, as it is mentioned in our constitution, that the regional council is the local self-governance authority which represents common interests. We need to prepare this reform as well. And others may be not that important, like the supervision of legal nature, we are approaching that and so on. But that's what we all need to think about. And we need to search for our answers to these questions. And according to that, we have such a list of strategic tasks, which we also need to see in front of ourselves. It's highly desirable to solve tactical issues, that they shouldn't contradict the strategic ones. And for that, strategic tasks should be always in front of our eyes. We need to speak and to think about them. This is the relevant issue of the amendments to the Constitution and administrative territorial structure law, which we don't have still. So we'll have to think about the new edition on the local self-governance law, or maybe we need to divide it into the law on communities, on the law on prefects, because still we'd like to have the law on the regional administrations, which we again cannot still adopt. So at this panel, we will start with the presentation, which is maybe one of the most important as issues, that is how to make our communities in fact legal, that is to give them the status of the legal entity, for them to have this kind of the foundation cohesion for the local self-governance in themselves. So I give the floor for the first presentation to Professor Anatoly Pavlovich Zayets, who used to be the head of the working group which prepared the concept, which describes the complex of reforms necessary to have this transition to the community as a legal entity. Please. Thank you so much. It is very nice to be here among all of the people who in fact prefer the topic of local self-governance, both here offline and online as well. This is not the first discussion already, and that's nice that this discussion in fact is a kind of a free and creative democratic one, which helps, I would say, the search of truth, finding the truth. So before moving directly to the topic, which is mentioned in particular in this presentation as well, I'd like to say that as the head of the working group on the preparation of amendments to the Constitution in decentralization part, and there is such a working group, by the way, in the Commission on Legal Reform, it exists today. We have accomplished the first task. We prepared those amendments to the Constitution, and we gave them in the end of the 2019 to the President, and he, in his turn, gave it to the Parliament. But unfortunately, still, well, of course, during peacetime, because of political discrepancies, the amendments to the Constitution were not adopted in this part, and now, of course, because of the martial law. So why did we need those changes? We understand that as of today, there are certain issues which we don't that focus upon, but which directly impact this reform of local self-governance we are constantly speaking about. And first and foremost, we are speaking about the reform of power at the local level and the local self-governance. Today, the local state administrations still exist in the previous format, in the format where they have one of the part of their authorities that is responsibility for the social economic development of the territories, and all of the rest of their authorities are not correspondent to the control supervisory authorities as it happens in Europe. And what we are striving to achieve, we are here speaking about prefects. And as it is like that, then the local self-governance, the reform of the local self-governance is very hard to implement. So we can see, let me be honest with you, Vyacheslav Andronovich Nehoda was speaking here, by the way, the one who introduced a huge investment into the reform of decentralization de facto and amalgamation of communities. But still, we need to understand that it was not perfectly compliant with the Constitution, both in the part of the in Article 133 of the Constitution. We don't have the proper notion of the community, as Igor Borisovich said, as an administrative territorial unit. Moreover, even the elections are conducted in a different way. We are not electing the heads of the communities, we are electing the heads of the councils, which play the function of the community. That's what I'm saying about. Yes. Sorry, that's what I was telling about. So, to have a certain logics, of course, we need changes in the Constitution. On the other hand, we understand that in this way, as it is done today, we can do something until we cannot introduce changes. So in the draft which we prepared and gave to the President and then to the Parliament, there was the definition of the community as the legal entity. Unfortunately, when this project was presented at the plenary, this provision vanished. What does it mean? It means that there is a huge controversy. I would even say it used to be controversy in the perception of this provision. And today we can see that it is changing. Many people who used to be against it, they're becoming fans of it. And here is the question: why did the European Union insisted twice in the decision of the European Commission and now in the conclusions about the decision on the opening of the dialogue of membership in the European Union, is writing that the communities have to get the status of the legal entity? Why? It is written that Ukraine has to go on with the procedure of the acknowledging the communities as a legal entity. Seems they have the legal status as the communities. No one is against that. But still, this legal status, as Professor Herzog says, and Professor Doliva, a Polish professor, by the way, who wrote huge works about that this legal status is not obvious and not defined. It is amorphous. And we have certain traditions, on the contrary, that we define certain authorities of local self-governance as legal entities. And for this concept, we got the translation of the European Charter of Local Self-Governance, which is not compliant with the English or French translations. So we need to get officially the new translation of the European Charter in Ukrainian. So what does it give us, this acknowledgement of the community by as a legal entity? A lot. The certain precision and decisiveness. Who is the primary subject economic entity? Who is playing the main functions? This is the first one. Secondly, We need to say that the local self-governance authorities need to be deprived of this status. It doesn't mean their humiliation, demotion. It doesn't need that we give them the secondary role. No, we only acknowledge that the local self-governance authorities don't have their own interests. They're acting according to the interests of the community and need to provide the implementation of the authorities which are given by the community. So, to present this concept fully, I have now a very important and responsible task to say who was working on this concept. First of all, that is Olena Markievna Borislavska, professor of Ivano-Franko National University of Lviv. Igor Koliushko, I will not introduce him now. Roman Majdanek, the expert on civilian and legal issues, professor of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. And Mr. Ilnitsky, the expert of budget and tax issues, the assistant professor of Lviv University, named after Ivan Franko. This group prepared not only the vision of what should the community be as the legal entity of public law. We had to solve lots of specific theoretical issues. We came to the conclusion that this status provision of the legal entity of public law means that the communities will get lots of responsible and substantial authorities. They will be able to protect their public right to take part in the distribution of revenues, public revenues. That's very important. Yes, Igor Borisovich, I will be through soon. That means that they have to create their activity in a different way, which has to be really public. They need to bear responsibility for the people who they elect to the authorities. Finalizing, I like to say that we have formed such a roadmap according to which we will be able to implement this issue of the legal entity of the community into the current constitution. We have two formats: amendments to the constitution and changes to the current legislation. So thank you for the opportunity to present these positions, and I'd like to give the floor to my colleagues, and each of them will tell about what they researched and which outcomes they achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zayets, and the three next speakers will speak online. So I'm giving the floor to Professor Olena Borislavska. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear Mr. Koliushko. Unfortunately, I was not able to present in Kyiv with you today, physically present, but I'm with you online. And morally, ideologically, I'm also with you on the reform of local self-governance. Mr. Zayets has very rightfully emphasized, voiced those ideas that are in the center of our work in our working group. I would like to very briefly stop and concentrate on three main ideas. The first idea is that during the almost entire period of the state sovereignty of Ukraine, we are reforming local self-governance. Well, if we take the first stage, then the reform of territorial organization of power, and the average participant of the conference, if there are people who are not very deeply into this topic, they may be wondering why there is again the need for reform. And in my opinion, this need for reform is caused by the fact that the main goal of the reform of local self-governance, of territorial organization of power, has not yet been achieved. And what this goal is, it seems to me that the final goal of the reform of local self-governance is the creation of as effective as possible system of governing the local things in the interests of the local citizens. And until this goal is reached, there is basis for continuing the reform, the reasons for it, and to think in which way we can reach this final goal by the shortest way and most effectively. The next idea I would like to emphasize is that both academic and practitioners frequently in Ukraine, despite the fact that the reforms happened and a lot has been done because we have moved from the Soviet authoritarian organizational model of power to democratic system of self-governance, there is still a number of issues related to implementation of European Charter of self-governance. And looking for reasons of these problems, many people have been doing this, including our working group. And one of the conclusions that we have made is that for consistent implementation of the entire comprehensive system of local self-governments that is included into the Charter, out of this puzzle to the full picture, we lack the subjectivity of the communities, what Mr. Zayats has already mentioned. So providing to the community the legal status, the legal entity of public law, will create those prerequisites that were lacked until today to implement the principles of subsidiarity, of financial independence of local self-governance, of organizational and legal independence, of court protection of their rights, and so on and so forth. And the last idea, it is related to the fact that the experts earlier and now as well have quite positively evaluated the model of local self-government that is included into our constitution. And there might be a question, why do we need the change again? Why do we suggest to reform the local self-governments, including at the constitutional level? And here I would like to say or emphasize that, unfortunately, the key idea that was in the constitutional model of local self-governance, the idea of independence of communities, organizational, legal, material, financial independence, has not been implemented. And mainly, again, this implementation faced the wall of the lack of the status of a legal entity of public law of the communities. And to finish, I think that there will be questions, and further people would probably mention this as well, but I would like to emphasize it right now. Of course, if any idea is exploited by the populists or those people who are the enemies of the state of Ukraine, and I now mean the movement that was very widespread on the so-called black registration of the communities. And now this is quite evident that this was a targeted policy that was orchestrated by the aggressor. This basically became somehow a ground for discrediting this idea, so to say, or a very careful attitude to the idea of the status of the community as a legal entity of public law. And in many platforms we have discussed this issue, and we would like to emphasize this once again in our today's audience, that regulating legislative regulation of the status will make sure that this idea in the future will not be possible to manipulate it, or very difficult to manipulate it. Thank you, dear colleagues, for cooperation. I'm sincerely thankful to Mr. Koleushko for this possibility and this honor to work in this team with such people. I'm not saying goodbye, because if there are any questions, I'll be very glad to join the discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Borislavska. I wanted to maybe specify one thing. Olena has just said that in our constitution there was a model of independence of communities. But because of the lack of time, she has not mentioned where exactly it was. I think such things as Article 43 says about the ownership of territorial communities, that they do local self-governing as directly and as well through the bodies of local self-government. There are other things in the Constitution, but further, if you look into the legislation, there are no such things. So how to implement the ownership or the finances of the territorial community if it's not in the budget code, in the other laws, if it's not the entity that has of part of financial relations. And the charter itself of a European Charter of Local Self-Government translated into Ukrainian is in the way that instead of French terms, local collective, which should have sounded like a local community, we say in our translation is the body of local self-governance. Again, it's a very discussable statement. In English, it's just not this evident as in French, because there, local authorities, indeed, it may be a body or a community. So we need to go back to these theoretical issues and to bring, in terms of sense, the translation. We need to make it the translation of senses, not word by word. Thank you for the speech, for this opportunity to make my comment, and I would now like to give the floor to the next person, to Professor Roman Majdanek. Thank you, dear Mr. Koleushko, dear colleague. I have the honor, as a member of the working group on preparation of the concept on communities as legal entities to take part in this project, and as Anatoly Zayats has mentioned about the history, about evolution, about understanding of this issue. In my practice, there also has been an opportunity to take part in development of the legal status of state bodies as legal entities of public law. And unfortunately, we could not provide the final project of the concept. Then we were talking about the ministries, the institutions, because it was about 4 years ago. We stopped at the problems of relations, of responsibilities of the ministries itself. The issues were in who will be employing, who will be having civil responsibility, and trying to solve this problem so that we wouldn't have thousands of legal entities. This issue was just paused for that time. And I'm very happy that now we have a product in the form of a concept that, as of today, gives answers that seem to be the most important. I was responsible for the issue of civil and legal status of the community in this group. And I want to say, along with what the colleagues have been saying, that we have made the conclusion that the community as a subject of law is the only subject of law. It doesn't make sense to differentiate the legal entity only in civil relations and the community as a subject of public law. The same as a physical person, as any kind of legal person. It doesn't mean in which relation they take part. All of it is one subject of law. So it's logical that providing the status of the legal entity, we provide them both in civil relations and in public relations. This is the one and only subject of law. And talking about the civil legal aspect, we have really identified the civil ability to act, capacity, is the same as the physical person has, as the person in private law has, if it is not contrary to the interests of the members, if it does not contradict this. So the question is for the future, if we can talk about universal personality, an entity, if we talk about legal entities of private law, there is a special, like banks, they have the right to only work in things that are mentioned in the law. And of course, the community cannot do all kinds of activities because we are talking about public interests of the community. And in this part, of course, this is a special characteristic in terms of being a legal entity for this kind of a legal entity. And then we have identified the legal forms of participation of communities in legal relations, and we have offered, which is important here, certain changes and clarifications in our legislation in implementing their responsibilities and powers of the bodies on reorganizing of public law bodies, in particular the communal companies, because they need to act as a legal entity, as a community, and we need to make changes into our laws on kinds of companies, other special laws, when it is mentioned that the founder of such entity is the community and not the body of the local self-government. We have also provided for a number of proposals relating to the civil legal responsibility. We suggest that we need to make the changes to the civil code in the part of the right for redress, for the civil legal responsibility in case of delict. So the community has the right to redress. And also, we have provided the procedure, we are planning to provide the procedure of financial improvement of health of the communities. We came to the conclusion that for European tradition, and in particular for the Ukrainian law, it is typical not to use the construction of bankruptcy. We think that this is not acceptable for a community. That's why we used the concept of the improvement of health of community. So this financial recovery of the responsibilities of the community, which is more corresponding to the nature of community. And we are not talking here about liquidation or bankruptcy of the community. And we have also identified the provisions that are related to labor law. If the community can employ, we have also identified the amendments that need to be made into the legislation in this part. I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to take part in this conference. Thank you, Roman. And To speak next, I would like to give the floor to Oleg Ilnitsky, the expert of Lviv National University. Thank you for the word. Thank you to all the colleagues with whom we've had very fruitful cooperation as part of our working group, and also basically I have carefully listened, and I have also read the results of the studies of the first panel. So in great way, the results of our studies, there I refrain to the conclusions that we already cited and who are definitely based on the very relevant need to continue the reform of decentralization of local self-government, including this very important aspect of normative aspect of making territorial community a legal entity. Firstly, to ensure these principles of people having the power and democracy that we're talking primarily in the context of integrating of Ukraine into the European space. The obligatory element of any reform that is related to public power is the issue of financial aspects and costs, and we can see it during the studies. And one of the elements of our concept is also studying the financial and legal relations of the status of a territorial community as a legal entity of public law. So basically, according to the results of the studies of current regulations, we have formulated 4 basic directions of reform in this aspect. And primarily, this is a conceptual hierarchy as subjectivization of the territorial community as a participant of non-financial legal relations, budget and tax related.
So today we can speak about the necessary part of legal capacity, and the budget code tax legislation is emphasizing on the legal status of certain authorities. So the community is just beyond in fact, those frames as the one which is taken for granted, but on the other hand, we don't see it. Even when the legal status of the community is mentioned, it is mentioned as an object. For instance, while discussing, there was an example about the formation of the Annex 5 to the law on the state budget and interbudgetary relations between the state budget and the budget of the community. In this case, we're not speaking about the community as the subject one, but as the distributor or the funds attached to the public fund. This subjectivization is necessary to break the system, which was successfully illustrated by Igor in his introduction speech, when really, as of today, the concept, including the practice of the Supreme Court, witnesses that the only reflector of the interests of the local self-governance are the authorities of local self-governance, because it's written in the constitution and the legislation. So when we have discrepancies between the 2 authorities of local self-governance, and it is really in multiple cases in Lviv, there is the question which of the authorities is the more weightful representative of the interests of the local self-governance, totally forgetting that the basic one is the community. Subjectivization of the territorial community makes the issue relevant for not only of the use of such the direct form of power of the people as elections and the formation of the local self-governance authority, but also the opportunity of introduction of the amendments to the acting legislation. First of all, participatory budgeting, not just as an element which is given auxiliarily, but also the management of the budget money through the participation budgets, and also the implementation, according to the Polish experience, the issues about the self-taxation of the communities, the expansion of the tax base at the referenda and surveys of the certain members of the community. And of course, subjectivization, besides the conceptual approach, needs the solution of the applied issues which we paid attention to. For instance, what community will be from the position of the financial legislation, and here we tried to solve this issue through the use of and adaptation of the status of the territorial community to the standard financial legal categories which are used by the budgetary institutions, and in fact the acknowledgement of the community as the legal entity. It is well structured in the definition of the budget institution as a legal entity of the public law, including the community or the created by it organizations, including self-governance authorities, which will be deprived of the status of the legal entity with a certain sense because it is funded according to the budget and they are non-profit. The second important sphere is the implementation of the principle, the continuation of the implementation of the principle of subsidiary distribution of budget authorities, and this is the continuation which is close to the outcomes of the work of the working group announced at the first panel discussion about the definition of the sphere of the competence and authorities of the local self-governance, so the primary sense of the community, while implementing public authority through the mechanisms of local self-governance. As of today, we have the principle of subsidiary creation of budgetary system, which tells us that the level of the community is the basic level. But on the other hand, the lack of the understanding of the community status mostly says that this process, instead of distributing the competences from below from the grassroots, is done vice versa, top to bottom. Which is improper to provide the principles of the functioning of local self-governance. Such a status, documented, will allow activation of the mechanism of intermunicipal cooperation using certain contracts between the territorial communities, which again will allow us to solve the issue of financial provision of certain public services provision by the territorial communities within this so-called second or third group, the ones which can be delegated to the higher sub-regional levels, and instead of that we are speaking about the voluntary contract amalgamation of territorial communities. But as the court practice witnesses, we have another issue raised, the issue of legal protection of the territorial community in the provision of certain budgetary assignations, including the amalgamation by contract. We have, as the result of the research, we defined the practice which is not on the side of the communities, and the definition which should be compulsory for these contracts, because the courts are taking the position that in fact this is the discretion of community itself, whether to allocate money for the funding according to the contracts for the recipient or not. So in fact, the community, territorial community as the legal entity, will also foresee the opportunity of legal protection of its rights, including the contracts from the perspective of the public corporation and contracts awarded between the full-scale, legally defined by status subjects. The third sphere, which again was mentioned during the previous researches and in the discussions, is the provision and the growth of fiscal capacity of incomes of the communities. As of today, we have the situation when the tax legislation of Ukraine is mostly centralized, and the local taxes and fees, which are their own fees in the budgets, are documented traditionally according to the model of reality of taxation connecting to the property, to the territorial connection of the property, but they are not the taxes which are the system creating one to fill in the budget. In spite of that, we can see the reverse concept. Because of the military threats and substantial resonance created around the issues of distribution of incomes and revenues publicly, but we still need to mention that as of today we have the opportunity to redistribute certain taxes and fees for the behalf of the communities about the use of the natural resources, which would be really close to the certain communities, and the incomes from their use will be used for the sake of those communities, let alone the continuation of the reform, the registration of the income tax by the place of the registration of the taxpayer, not the tax agent, the reform of the real estate to stimulate the increase. And the fourth part is the increase of the institutional capacity of territorial communities on the provision of the budget money management. As of today, we have the situation that who is paying? The one is ordering the music. So the communities are relying upon the activities of the executive branch authorities. The treasury provision is provided by the central executive branch authority. The financial control is done by the certain executive branch authority. The information is gained for the decision making is provided by the executive branch authority as well. It allows to say that whatever conceptual... Oleg, do not forget about regulations. Yes, so we have the problem about the real provision of the function of management, money management by the communities. Those are the four main concepts as the main spheres of reform to provide, in fact, the legal capacity of the community. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for such a detailed analysis. Finances are always taking the first place on being detailed and specific. Thank you. And the last presentation speech, maybe not even connected to our latest developments, still, this is what will be working. That is our electoral legislation, which should be more compliant with European standards. I give the floor to Andriy Mahera, the lawyer of Ukraine, the ex-deputy head of the Central Electoral Commission. Please, the floor is yours. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to communicate in such a respected, professional, qualified community, which in fact would like to find some answers for the questions which our country faces. So as for the reform of legislation on the local elections, this topic in fact has been mentioned so many times. Let me tell you that we have a lot of work ahead of us. Of course, in my report, I will not mention the majority of the issues I'd like to speak about, at least because I am short of time and I will not be able to cover all of them. In particular, this is the topic which we need to drive attention to. First of all, I'd like to drive your attention to the point that, according to the provisions of the acting constitution of Ukraine, the next local elections should have taken place, and we would love that. Those are optimistic hopes. On the 26th of October 2025, that would be the voting day on the local elections. And these elections should be appointed by the Parliament of Ukraine. So, honestly speaking, I am amazed by the statements of certain politicians that after the end of the martial law, for instance in spring 2024, someone would like to organize another local elections. First of all, we need to advise with the Constitution, what the Constitution says about that. According to my persuasion, before the 26th of October 2025, there shouldn't be any local elections. This is the direct demand of the Constitution of Ukraine. Still, we get the issue, what will happen in case if on the 26th of October 2025, the martial law will still go on. Then obviously the elections wouldn't take place. But when this is the date, and what will happen with the local elections and others, it will be the pain for our legislative authority, how they will find the exit out of this situation. I need to emphasize that the report of the EU of 2023 and the main conclusions about Ukraine in fact includes a very interesting question. We need to go on with the reforms of the electoral legislation to comply with the recommendations of the Bureau on Democratic Institutions and Human Rights of OSCE, which are still not complied with. What are those conclusions and recommendations? You know, they were multiple, especially after each of the local elections. If we take the latest elections of 2020, again, local elections, maybe I will surprise you, but such conclusions, the latest which we used to have, took place in 2021. Then together the Venice Commission, the European Commission on Democracy through the Law of the Council of Europe, and the Bureau of OSCE provided the conclusions about the law draft on the local elections, about the territories where the elections are not taking place. I guess the enemies are intruding. In a nutshell, I'd like to mention which exactly were the points about the recommendations of the Venice Commission of the Bureau of OSCE. It was about the definition of the territories where it's impossible to conduct elections, in particular local elections. That was about Donetsk and Luhansk regions, because this question was acute there. The electoral procedures issues and, in fact, the complaints about the electoral processes. We need to emphasize that in spite of certain critical moments about such recommendations, I would look at them from the positive point of view. In fact, we were given a prompt by the international institutions. What should be the way when we solve the issue of the definition of the territories where we cannot conduct the elections and under which circumstances it is impossible to conduct? I think that those recommendations are the prompt for the future, when the martial law is over, and when we'll have to solve the issue which territories are safe enough to conduct elections, where it is possible to comply with the principles of the electoral law, and where this electoral process could take place. For the legislator, the availability of such recommendations is rather useful. If we speak about the electoral system at the MPs elections of the territorial communities, I would use this definition, though it's not constitutional. The constitutional is a bit too much. The local village settlement communities, councils. There, the elections should have taken place by the majority electoral system. Multi-mandatory electoral system, when in one of the constituencies there are 2 or more mandates. Which would be the advantages of the use of such an electoral system at the elections of the territorial communities? First of all, this system is rather simple for the understanding for the voters and its use in the electoral commissions. We shouldn't calculate the quotas, to delve deep into complicated calculations. We can explain the voter who is the first. He or she is becoming the MP. And for the local elections, it would be much more efficient. Then, the high representation of the voters, really, the multi-mandate, system has several winners. If we have 3 mandates, 3 winners. And if we add to the percentages of their outcomes in a certain constituency, we have a very high representation, which means, in simple words, that many voters will be represented by the deputies which they voted for within a certain city council. By this second point, we are almost close to the advantages of the proportionate system, but definitely one mandate majority system is losing here. The third point is the lower risk of corruption. especially about the one-mandate system when we have one tour of the elections, because to win in such constituency, it's enough to have relative majority in comparison with any other competitor in this constituency. According to the acting so far elections which we used to have, I can only mention the example of the elections to the Parliament of Ukraine, where there could be constituencies when the MP was the candidate who took only 16% of the voters who took part in the voting process. So if we take all of the voters of this constituency, this percentage would be just not decent enough. The fourth point I'd like to emphasize as well is the electoral system, which will deprive the political parties, which are the all Ukrainian by their status, and they cannot have any other status in the unitary state. They would be deprived of the monopoly to provide candidates to the representation authority of the territorial community. It does not mean that the political party, because of its local organization, will lose the right to provide the candidates. They will run as they used to, but still there will be an opportunity for independent candidates. The lawyer, the doctor, who is of high authority in the community, it is not compulsory for them to have support from the political party to represent interests of the territorial community, which is an advantage in my opinion. Moreover, if we speak about point 4, it's important that we shouldn't have too much of politicization of local councils. They shouldn't deal with all Ukrainian issues. They are dealing with the issues of local significance, and they need to focus on that. The electoral system can make them do that. Moving to the final part, very often people mix what multi-mandate majority system is, the system of the only vote. What's common about them? What's the difference between them? If we take the electoral code of Ukraine, then in Article 192, where we are speaking about the article about the local elections, it is told that this system has the name of the majority system of the relative majority to the councils, where they have up to 10,000 voters. But if we open Article 248, it is mentioned that the voters are voting for one party and one candidate. There is no opportunity for the voters in the multi-mandate constituency to vote for several candidates instantly.
So it's worth distinguish between these systems. In the system of the intransitive voice, there's one voice for the person who is elected. There's several mandates in the constituency, but the voter only votes for one candidate. In the multi-mandate majority system, there's the number of voices according to the number of mandates. If there are 3 mandates, the person has 3 votes. They can vote for 2 candidates, and it will be considered acting. But in the 3-mandate constituency, they cannot vote for 4 candidates, but they can vote for 3 or 2. Another thing I would like to stress, I will say a couple more words about electing the heads of communities. Unfortunately, in the election legislation of Ukraine, there is such distribution where the constituencies are up to 75,000 voters. It's a one-tour system, majority system. If it's over 75,000, majority system of absolute majority, 2 tours. In fact, there is no logic there, because both the village head and the town head, in terms of the current constitution, in terms of the number, in terms of their functionality and responsibilities, there are no differences in that. So there must be some single approach. Either all heads are elected using the one-tour system, or all of them are elected using the 2-tour system. The argument about saving money when we introduce the one-tour system, when we implement the one-tour system, it's not convincing. There is no cheap democracy. We need to understand that the head elected at such elections must be representing the community, and his mandate must be enough to indeed nobody would doubt that he is indeed representing the interests of the territorial community within his powers. And the very last question that Mr. Koleushko has mentioned, this is on foreigners. Indeed, in the states of the European Union, foreigners have the right to run in local elections and to be elected and to also implement their voting rights, so vote for someone. In terms of our constitution, indeed, we will have to implement this idea to introduce the changes. And the certain logic of the constitution, in my opinion, was back in 1996 when in Article 141 there was a right about people living in the territorial community to elect the members of the council and the heads. But 38th article does not give us any other interpretation that the citizens take part in the local referendum and can be elected and can elect. It's not enough to change Article 38 only, because we have Article 70 of the Constitution of Ukraine as well that identifies who is a voter. And a voter are all citizens who have achieved 18 years of age, minus those citizens who are not able-bodied according to the court decision. And then there is the 70th article of the Constitution is in Part 3. It is especially protected, and it will require not just initiating the change by no less than 300 of MPs or the president, not only by adopting the law by over 300 deputies, but also the adoption of such law at the all-Ukrainian referendum. There is a problem. It's not as easy to solve, but at least there is a direction where we can move. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your comment. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we finally have the time for people to speak in their audience in Zoom. Whoever wants, we have the first hand raised. That was from Maxim Latsiba, the second by Yuri Klitschkovsky. Please make the list to make your comments or questions. Good afternoon, Maxim Latsiba, Ukrainian Independent Center for Political Studies. I would like to ask Mr. Zayets, please tell us, constantly you and your colleagues have used the term territorial community, but I think that nobody said what you mean under this term. So the question is, what do you mean when you say territorial community? At least I'm reading 140 of the Constitution article, and it says that there are people living in the village or voluntary unit that join together, so people living in this locality. This is how I understand it. But what do you understand under the person living there? Because I have not found this definition, not in the law about local self-government, not in the Constitution, and I think that just the Ministry of Internal Affairs gave this definition in the law and registration, and there is the word who is registered or declared in the community is the person living there. At least this is how we can interpret those norms. This is the law on the freedom of place of residence. So please tell us what you understand under the term of territorial community, who are these people, and how do we differentiate them? And a small question to the colleague from Lviv, because I see that we have here this Halichina area concept on reforming self-governments. I agree with you, Mrs. Borislavska, that we need to build as effective model as possible that will help as effectively as possible organize the space, the life of people, and will give them the opportunity to, as comfortably as possible, to live in this territory. But please let me know, when you say what it will give, what it will provide when we accept at the level of the Constitution of territorial community as a legal entity. If you write somewhere that a territorial community, it is a legal entity, what will it give to the 780,000 people of Lviv, Romada? How will it improve their rights, transportation in Lviv, their freedoms, their utility services? How will it improve the people living in Lviv, Romada, that it becomes a legal entity? Thank you. Dear colleagues, let us advise whether we can hear several questions and then we together the authors of the concepts answer to them. Does anybody object this? Yuri, your question, please. You will not forget the question that Maxim Litsib asked, will you? Thank you. I have two, but very specific questions, not as conceptual as Maxim Litsib. But first, a small introduction. Article 140 of Constitution says the territorial community implements its powers directly or through bodies. However, the only way to implement directly is the local referendum. Today, the words of local referendum have not been mentioned. We have the problem that we lack the law on the local referendum, and this is a serious gap in the legislation, but also in the list of laws that should have been taken, it has not been mentioned. Then, looking from the other side, the legal entity is a certain legal construct that has high level of being abstract. This is a certain organization or fiction, as they used to say. And by its very nature, legal entity always acts through representation. So is this lack of mentioning of the law on local referendum related to providing the status of legal entity to the territorial community? Because a certain group of people living there is not a legal entity. And the second question is, it will be related with the fact that today what has been talked about a lot today, that's money, budget. One of the biggest problems, financial independence of local self-government today, together with the taxes and distribution of profits, is the treasury implementation of the local self-government, because the treasury is the body of state governance, and it directly interferes into autonomy of local self-government. But not once this problem was posed, and I think that this is much more serious than where we take the money from the budget, because the treasury, if we do it through a state body, it just cancels the financial autonomy of the local self-governments. Why has he not mentioned that? Thank you. Volodymyr Kupri, third question that we're taking, and then we'll give the floor back for answers. Volodymyr Kupri, any concept, and this is a rather grounded concept, worldview concept, it requires a detailed analysis. Did the authors of the concept calculate the risks or challenges for territorial communities as legal entities? That's the first question. And then the second question is maybe from the future, from Facebook. Territorial community, the legal entity, who has the stamps and who signs the checks? Thank you. If you made just one statement answering about the referendum, we not only have not mentioned the law on local referendum, we have not mentioned many things yet. Today, this was impossible to mention everything, and we did not have this as a goal today to show this comprehensive picture. Our task, as I have said, was to only emphasize those our key suggestions that we have worked on in the past 6 months, and to discuss this, and we invite everyone to take part in this. Of course, the law on local referendums is very necessary, not just formally, but based on the real situation as well. There are many questions that can be only solved through local referendum in the communities. There is a draft law in Verkhovna Rada. We just need to consider it, and I think it is of good quality, the one that's registered and introduced, and it needs to be reviewed and it needs to be adopted. It's just on the referendum, and then I would like to ask either Mr. Zayed to moderate. I'll answer the first question, the identification of the world community, territorial community, not territorial community. We're talking about a community in the concept. It's more natural because, for instance, gmina in Poland is not a territorial gmina, but just gmina. And the community or municipality everywhere, we understand that this is people living in a certain territory. And this means that by identification, a community is a territorial unit. It has two statuses. It's like administrative territorial unit, and second, it is the primary unit of local self-governments, primary unit. So it has two statuses, and concerning of who comprises the community, people living there or people who temporarily or constantly live in a certain territory. It conflicts a little bit with the European understanding, what Mr. Magara has mentioned, because, for instance, with us, there was a certain constitutional tradition where we tied it to citizenship, and we now understand that it is now a certain limitation of democratic European vision of who can be allowed to take part in the things related to the community. People who live there, even if they're foreigner, they take part, they pay the taxes, and of course they need to have their according rights. And also on the challenges and risks, I see only positive sides from from making a territorial community a legal entity. This is a legal construct. It comes from ancient Rome, and why, again, I will emphasize this, why does Europe suggest to do this way? Because this is only positive sides to it, and on the risks, most of them are just imagined risks. So, for instance, we had black registrators, and now let's say that somebody will start registering communities that don't exist. Well, it's nonsense. It will not be happening. We have clearly identified procedure providing the status of a legal entity to the community. It does not provide for any possibilities of external influences. And there is also no risks to providing the community more autonomy, indeed, in the European sense, that it will start violating the limitations of its responsibilities. It should act within the constitution of Ukraine. It is directly mentioned in the concepts. There are no risks around that. So on Lviv community, I will give the floor back to Olena Markivna. Thank you, Mr. Zayed. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your questions, because of course you want to reflect on the Halichina concept of local self-governments. Well, it's not like that at all. I'll try to convince you so that you will be more serious about everything that I talk about further. Of course, I was impacted by my teachers from Lviv National University of Ivan Franko, but also my two PhD dissertations I defended in Kharkiv. So I had influence from academics from all entire Ukraine and European academics as well. This is just a short comment on this. And on the communities, who is the community? Mr. Zayed explained it very well. I will just maybe say the same in different words so that maybe it became evident to everybody present here. What's the difference in understanding of the community that has existed in Ukraine until then and in Europe? In Ukraine, indeed, in the constitution, it is mentioned that a community is primarily a community of people living there, who are constantly living there, and so on and so forth. According to the European approach, a community is a combination of territory, people who live in this territory, and government. And this community being a legal entity gives an external but a very necessary cover that makes it all integral. So we're moving towards that, and as I said earlier, this is the part of the puzzle that we lack. The second question that I would like to reflect on, I would like to agree with Mr. Klitschkowski, and Mr. Zayats has also reacted to that on the referendum. Mr. Kolyushko has said that indeed it is very important to regulate the issue, both for implementation of the status of the community and also to implement the constitutional requirements on direct democracy. And from many other points, this law is very necessary. But of course, when we talk about a community, the referendum is not the only, it's far from being the only form of direct people's power. Referendums in European states, referendums in general, are very rarely used. National referendums. Local referendums are a bit more often, but it's not the most widespread form of direct democracy. There are other forms of direct democracy. They also work now in different communities. Of course, here we need to improve the legislation here, but then again, if we take this reference to Lviv community, we have the statute, and based on this, there is a number of local bylaws, and based on them, we implement different forms of activities. We have hearings, we have local initiatives, petitions, the budget of the community, so very different forms. And another question on the risks and challenges. I entirely agree with what Anatoly has said. I also want to add that to these conclusions that Anatoly has mentioned and Mr. Zayas has mentioned is we came because was the way we calculated this. So we try to identify for ourselves those risks that might take place, but by studying and researching, we came to the fact that there are no such risks. What exists? There is a lot of various manipulations, and I think that in a great way, the reason for these manipulations was that providing the legal entity status to communities would allow us to reject the former Soviet way of building power structure, and this is something Russia could not allow. I can only make a suggestion here, but I think that this discreditation of the idea of communities, of independence of communities, so much resource was involved by Russia to do this. This was a preparation to those aggressive actions that it started in 2014.
And again, I thank you for the question. I think it's better to speak about the checks and signatures and the words of Andriy. Thank you, Olena. And with the short words, Andriy and Roman. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. About the possible question or the phrase of Yuri Bogdanovich, definitely it's necessary to distinguish the status of the legal entity and the residents of the community. This is really the separate subject, and only in directly defined by the law cases the community as the legal entity can represent the interests from the legal point of view. But it is a separate subject of law. As for the question about the checks and the stamp, the legal entity of the public law as the community will have all the classical signs of the legal entity. In our understanding, the main authority of the executive branch of the community should be the mayor, the head of the community. So according to the definition and the rule of signature will be of the community mayor, which does not exclude the opportunity to sign the checks, the payment receipts, and the contracts by other subjects of law.
Говоримо про, наприклад, співвідносини.
When we are speaking about the relations of local self-governance authorities and the communities, we consider that each of them will have certain authorities. So this approach of the status of the legal entity for the community gives the opportunity to define which authorities of the community will be done by them and which will be done by the local self-governance authorities. And the questions connected with the risks, which we're mentioning today already. We are conscious that any introduced changes and amendments to the legislation connected with the implementation of this status will definitely foresee the calculation of those risks, both legal and economic ones and others. Thank you. Oleg? Thank you. I have two phrases. First of all, as Olena said, as for the representatives of Lviv community, I'd like to say that the answer is in two concepts. What the acknowledgement of the community as the legal entity gives me as the resident of Lviv territorial community. This is the conceptual issue, because our concept is not only to say that this is the community. The concept is in fact much more high scale and has lots of measures which are created for this status to be given, to have real amount of rights and obligations which community as the legal entities is doing to me as a resident of the community. And if we speak more precisely, I am as a practitioner, a lawyer. The positive of this situation is seen because in case of the implementation of the authorities of the local self-governance, I will not have any other issues where to go to in this or that case, because the subject, the addressee of my application will be the community. We can see the same approach which is shown by the Supreme Court in the cases on the reimbursement of the damage by the legal decisions of the state authorities or local self-governance authorities, where the subject of responsibility is the state, and you shouldn't take care which authority made this illegal action and which of the authorities should bear responsibility for the damage caused. So this is a very dotty or specific example within my answer. And the second is the answer for the question of Yuri Bogdanovich, which was very timely, and it's nice that it appeared here, because on the one hand this is the drawback of my presentation, which already raised these issues beyond the regulations, time limits, and Igor paid attention to that, which means that I did not mention enough of that. But this is the fourth concept of the relations, is about the increase of the institutional capacity of the governance through the raising of the issues about the getting away from the treasury and planning the own authorities of financial control, because it cannot be that the state is controlling the use of the local money and the local self-governance doesn't have enough of mechanisms. So this is the proper mechanism of getting objective statistical information or administrative data to take certain decisions. So I thank you, Yuri Bogdanovich, that you supported our proper movement, that really this reforming sphere does not only take place, but it is really necessary to define and to finalize this reform of decentralization in the financial activity. Thank you for such substantial answers. As I don't see any raised hands, then I say a couple of words myself about the understanding of this triple sense of the community as an administrative territorial unit, as a territory, as the people, the residents, and as power. It's easy to understand. Just imagine any community, Kherson. Well, maybe it's not nice to take a bigger city, so some village community. We have a community. And now let us, if all of the residents of this village are leaving, they are displaced, is it still a community? Do we still have the community there? Definitely, without the residents, the local self-governance does not exist, the community does not exist. Secondly, all the residents moved, but they moved all together to a different territory, to the city, for instance, and they live in the same part of the city. Is it the community of the village still? No, it will not. And again, I think that you understand my idea. Only three factors together can create a community in the sense how this notion is used in the majority of European countries. Well, the residents, obviously. You will always have a discussion. What is the permanence living? I'm living in Kherson. I'm working in Kiev. Remotely, I'm working in Lviv. So where am I living permanently? Yes, thank you that you reminded me about that. I wanted to speak about that, in fact. We today did not mention this issue. The only thing, if you remembered at my introduction slide, it was told that we need to find the answer to the question, who are the members of the community? In the majority of European communities, the legislation has the answer to this question. They have registers, they have registered, they have the rules who are included into the registers, who are not. And those are not only the people who are living there. Those could be the members of the community, like the people who have invested something or did something for this community. They can be honorable members of the community and so on. They can have certain rights. So we need to answer this question, really. And it seems to me you and Maxim and you, Volodymyr, really know this discussion very well. We met so much and we developed so many by other organizations answering those questions. We just need to implement all of that into our legislation. The complication is in the political decisions making. Thank you. And the last phrase, I have a question. Could you please tell, that's Vitaly Zahaini. It's a question to Anatoly, I guess, maybe to the colleagues. How do you reflect the implementation of the legal entity as the territorial community on the existing of the executive committees as the collegiate authorities at the level of territorial communities which exist today? And secondly, the phrase or an idea. It's a bit too much, it seems to me, because on the one hand, it's not nice when we have one head, or when he is taking so many decisions. On the one hand, the referenda are limited as well. In the world, we have some interim ways which are not used by us but could be taken as an example. For instance, especially when we're speaking about smaller communities like 10-15,000 of population, we can introduce the form when during the voting day, for instance, we also elect the representatives of the communities who meet annually and have a certain mandate of authorities to take decisions in the interests of the community which they also represent. A kind of an expanded circle of not deputies with a very specific list of authorities for such meetings. In fact, this is the meeting or the conference of the community. Do you see an opportunity to use such a tool, to implement it, including when the community has the status of the legal entity? I'd like to answer one of the questions. The question is that when we say that the community has the status of the legal entity, it does not mean, and I'd like to emphasize that again, that the local self-governance authorities are demoted. But the philosophy of the perception of the community is changed, as well as the local self-governance authorities. The community is the primary subject of power, the bearer of this power, and the local self-governance authorities are the representatives of this community. That is why it means that their legal capacity agency is changed. They are not legal entities, but we do not demote their significance. Moreover, their responsibility and authorities are being polished. And as for me, this is a very important factor. Who is representing the community? There are lots of questions which we never mentioned and which we'll need to highlight. Who is representing the community in the format which will be there? Definitely there should be the head of the community which is elected by the population, who has the highest level of legitimacy, obviously. But there will be questions. In one case, speaking about European experience. In one case, there could be, for instance, the representative of the authority. But when there is the conflict or any of the argument about the regulation of certain issues, thank you. Our time is over. Unfortunately, I wanted to say a phrase, but I will stop myself. In fact, we are waiting for the lunch. It is done at the same place where we used to have the coffee, just behind the doors at the foyer. Everything is very convenient. I wish all of you bon appetit, and I have a request to come back. Don't go away too far, because the third block is at 3:30, when we have the next panel discussion of ours, which will also be very saturated with different information, as well as the first one was. So bon appetit, everyone.
Бачите, як тільки мені 15:30, одразу
Okay, the microphone started working. As soon as it's 3:30, welcome. My name is Vitaly Zahaini. I'm the representative of the Center of Political and Legal Reforms, and today I have the great honor and incredible opportunity to moderate this third panel about local self-government services, rule of law, justice, and law enforcement. And I should mention that this is a multifaceted panel. It was important to show the work of different experts of our center, of different working groups that for many months worked on preparing today's interesting and meaningful messages, and they will acquaint us with them for 2 hours. Our panel will work for 2 hours, unlike the others, and I hope that we will able to make it on time. We have a pleasant surprise, a small surprise, because now we also have, and we'll start the work of our panel, the Deputy of Ukraine, the head of the Profile Subcommittee on Administrative Procedure, Mrs. Bilazir. I would like to ask the technical services if we can have her on screen now, Mrs. Larissa Bilazir. Larissa, welcome. You are already on the big screen of the conference. Mrs. Larissa Bilazir, the floor is yours now. We see you. Could you please turn the microphone on and start? Yes, I finally see you as well. Everything is great. I would like to ask you for a short introductory speech before the panel starts working. Knowing this many things that you do as the head of the subcommittee, as an MP, because one of the parts of the discussion is the administrative procedure, administrative services, so the floor is yours. Thank you, thank you. Welcome once again, dear colleagues. Glory to Ukraine. And it's very pleasant to be at this meeting. It's a very comprehensive event today. It's very important for self-government, many topics. We have a way forward. I think that this is the biggest thing that makes us happy during the war. There is the report from the Euro Commission, there is a vision. We are waiting for leaders of the EU together on December 8th, and we are hoping that the negotiations will start about becoming the member of the EU. And this is not the negotiations in the sense that it seems to us that we will negotiate about something, agree about something. This is already the fact that we need to fulfill this homework that we have. Nobody will be negotiating the fact that we are going to be a member of the EU. And our defenders are now fighting for the sovereignty of our state. Their lives and health are spent on saving our sovereignty and us becoming part of the EU. And the law and administrative procedure is everywhere, and I am very glad that it's in the report. I mentioning to everyone to read all the over 150 pages of the report. It's on page 15, 16, and 17 on administrative procedure. Unfortunately, the previous iterations of Verkhovna Rada did not have the will or the wish to adopt it. This is a CMU project, not my project, but thanks to the Secretariat, the Ministry of Justice, and people present here, this Verkhovna Rada was able to adopt this draft law. We have done immense work, the committees as well, of state government and of self-government, and on December 15th it will be enacted. I also want to remind that it's not only in the report, but it's also the condition to receive the facility plan, the 50 billion euro, also the macrofin from the EU, 18 billion euro. And despite this fact, we have certain problems. It's not yet enacted, but we understand that this law is about respect to the citizen, to investor, to business, about the fact that they have a certain right, they can be heard, They can have access to documents. There's a certain procedure reviewing it, and when the business or the person is said is like go to the court, it sounds like go away, go very far. But we want this to be just on the level of ministries and every institutions. Many institutions want to live according to their rules. Some have already tried to avoid it. Anti-monopoly committees wanted not to be covered by this law. The National Bank also wanted to not be part of this law, but they remained within the framework of the administrative procedure. So Eurocommission has clearly mentioned in the report to stop the practice of getting out of being governed by a certain law. And our minister also gave the order to institutions and ministers to stop this practice. They went another way with the hands of some deputies that don't quite understand what administrative procedure is. They are trying to adjust the second reading. At a certain time, this was a condition to enter in the EU and NATO, and with all stakeholders, we had to go through so much. We spent so much nerve cells to have this final results. We have already adopted it, supported it at the committee. We supported 1061. It implements changes to 132 laws and also 116 article of the order. We also provide that more changes need to be made. Some of them are very procedural things. The Ministry of Justice has prepared this. I'm grateful to them, and I think that as we join effort, we will be able to take the civilized road, not to say that we are different, we have a blue and yellow bike, we want to live under European flag, but we want our rules. It won't happen. I think that our task today is not to get off this road to the European Union, to defend, to teach. A lot has been done on teaching the public officials. We have started seriously working with the bodies of self-government, so I think that we are on the right road. And even the fact that we have defended the fact that the National Bank is still covered by this law is already a big advantage, adjustment. There is a massive of problems with the services of councils that are further from people, with registrators that could not be trained for a long time. So, you know, social services, pension fund. Unfortunately, the war makes its changes to things. We also have some institutional interests of certain ministries. We work with all of them. We have dialogue platforms for that, and I think that we already have results. It is very hard to improve the services or to go back to the level that used to be provided, but we are moving there. We are acknowledging our problems, and together with you, thanks to joint work, we'll be able to overcome this road and start these negotiations with the European Union, and at some point to become a full-fledged, fully righted member of the European Union. I thank you for your work. I wish you a fruitful day, and I will definitely stay with you to listen to the thoughts of the experts and professionals and all of the stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you, Larissa. It's a very motivating speech that you just had. We will be happy that you'll be able to stay with us and also be present, at least online, and listen to the thoughts of our experts. And here I would like to give the floor, together with the microphone, to the Deputy Head of Board of CPLR, the Chief Expert on Centers for Administrative Services, to Mr. Viktor Timoshuk, together with a simple question, which very well connects to what Mrs. Belazir has just said. Viktor, what do you connect with the launching of the new law on December 15th, how it will reflect on the work of the public bodies and self-government bodies? Thank you, Vitaly, for this question. Also, I thank for this great introductory speech to Larissa and for caring for us during this time. because I'm sincere. If not for her, this law wouldn't have happened. For this leadership, I would like the audience to applaud her for that. Maybe she can hear us. And if the colleagues can please have my presentation on screen, I have two simple slides here to have a structured speech. We have a lot of expectations, but there are no expectations of something wonderful happening exactly on December the 15th. It requires years to reform the administrative services, step by step, quietly. We need to make our country civilized. When there is this negative decision is not a surprise for a person, when the state bodies cooperate with citizens and business before making the decision, they hear them, and even if they do some unpleasant decisions, they're very well based, and there is a possibility to have legal protection. I can't characterize the law because I would take 2 days to do that. I will just say that what we would need to do at this stage, very briefly, we have 15 days until it is enacted, and the legislator said that there were a year and a half, but Ukrainian tradition worked. For a year, we were more or less relaxed. Somebody was waiting that the deadline would be extended. Somebody waited that we will stop doing the work, and a lot of work has been done as well. But I also want to thank the Ministry of Justice, because a big law is in the parliament. It needs to be adopted. It's a technical and legal nature of this law. And all self-government bodies, because we are oriented today at the reform in this sphere of decentralization reform, the bodies of self-governance, several pieces of advice. What we did as preparing this law that we've prepared, you need at least to read this law until December 15th, to get acquainted to this, to try to delve deeper into it, to understand why it exists and how to work with it. Because since December 15th, the bodies of self-government, any administrative bodies, they will receive additional responsibilities, and you can read it in the law or in other sources that I will mention. But the key thing is understanding the philosophy of this law and its aim. What we did as part of the project, we did monthly informational sessions, sometimes hundreds of participants. This was online. Those were live trainings, including our colleagues on UPlan. They had events in Kharkiv and Lviv that were attended by hundreds of people, and every time we had more and more interest about these events. We are still finishing printing the book that's online, but also there will be a hard copy in every community, so that every community will understand to read and understand what kind of a law this is. There will be flyers for the citizens. This is a more formal part to it. There are also other available resources. If somebody watches us, there is an online course about this law. Please read, please study this law, please find out about it. There's a website, adminprocedure.org.ua. All the information is gathered there. Please use this website. There is an entire commentary, 550 pages, where in small letters all the things are detailed, models and examples how to do this, because there are 100 articles in the law and 5 pages of explanation of how to work with this. Dear colleagues, please read this. There are trainers, dozens of trainers in all regions of the country. They can teach your public officials to work with this law. Please use these opportunities, because there is projects that are ready to pay for these trainers. There's a checklist to review your legislation. Please ask us about these things. What we need to do regarding administrative procedure next year, we will need practical trainings with every community, every public official that will be using this law, because this information for general understanding, it's very good, but they will need to work deeply. We will need model documents and constant consultational support, either in the Ministry of Justice or in expert resources, something like a hotline where we can ask what kind of a law is that and how to live with it. And I see that I've been speaking for a very long time. How should I give the microphone somewhere else? Very briefly on administrative services, I see that our priority for the Center and in this project for basic services, that every person meets in their lives, not 220 services that the Ministry of Digital has counted by the most basic ones. In this 4 years, decentralization has been paused, except one decision that was adopted against the against the idea that the government had, so that the registration of death has not become more difficult for citizens. But it's not given to territorial communities. They also have this complicity. This is to what the previous panels have said, when the bodies have the same responsibilities and powers, and also overcoming institutional barriers. The testing of state registrations hasn't been done for 2.5 years, and another initiative we have pushed, and the first testing was done in July. We'll have another one in December, but it's done under pressure. Petro Makarenko is sitting here, who is famous all over Ukraine with this pressure. It's known, but for Petro Makarenko, this is the work that he's doing, this is resource that he's spending. It's not normal when the state government blocks the self-government from its responsibilities and fulfilling it. And without the law on administrative tax, well, if the Ministry of Digital did not understand it, everybody except the Immigration Service supported. The Profile Committee of the Parliament has recommended it. It's turbo regime everywhere. Tomorrow it's December. It's not in the call. We don't know who's against collecting this fee, but with very different configuration in the state. We don't know who's blocking. We need to find the subject somewhere, but we need the money. We need the administrative fee. So as part of our project, we did very interesting things, webinars on the centers of providing for administrative services. We also created the agenda for the government, what can be done to overcome these obstacles and barriers in the institutions. And I'm also very happy about club of these centers of providing administrative services. It's an informal community. We first gathered in July, different people, 15 people from different oblasts, ahead of smaller and middle-sized communities, because the Association of Centers of Administrative Services is a big structure. I also want them to hear that the small communities are also heard by ministries, by MPs, and these people inspire me a lot, because I see that together we can form this agenda and promote certain ideas, and we are good at doing this. Thank you. Thank you for being so brief and meaningful. And I would like to give the floor now to Mrs. Olga Shilko. She is the head of Administrative Service Centers Department, Bobrovitsa City Council, Chernihiv Oblast. We have the academics and practitioners in our panel, so please continue on the administrative fee and on the services provided by the centers. I would like to start with saying that yesterday I listened a little bit to the All-Ukrainian Forum of the bodies of local self-government, and today there was also the first panel, the second panel. Everybody speaks about having the decision, having the understanding that the decision needs to be implemented, but it remains only in discussion. And yesterday during the All-Ukrainian Forum, they said, and I support this idea, that the decision that is somewhere in the air, we need to raise them back up and discuss them on different platforms. And thanks to the fact that we discussed and things, this problem was moved and started to be solved. But we gathered today also, and ULEAD program gathered us here today, and I want to say that thanks to ULEAD program made a big contribution in development of administrative services in small and mid-sized communities and centers, and things were created through some of the centers. Our center was also created with the financial and institutional informational training support of ULEAD program. And I also want to say that when we were opening, we had only 155 services, and we provided them. We accepted 7,000 to 8,000 applications a year, and there were 7 employees. We've been working for 4.5 years, and now we have 358 services, 16 administrators, and yesterday I had a report, and as of yesterday, we took 32,948 applications. So our goal is not to say that the services are not provided. We are providing the services, and people want to receive good quality administrative services where they live. Bobrovice is a former district center. Now the district center is located 60 kilometers from us. You know the tendency for all bodies of executive power to shorten all the territorial departments. For instance, of the cadastre, we still have the state migration service working, but other things are also being decreased. It would make sense if these services would remain available for people living in the communities.
So to provide the services which I mentioned above, we came to this objective for 2 years. 2 years until those issues were discussed at all of the platforms and until it has become possible for them to begin implementation. So we can say that so far we never provided a single service, but a week ago we got the blanks, the forms, so we have the opportunity to provide these services if the citizens apply to us. So in the provision of those services, we are really, in fact, limited in comparison with the representatives of the state registration of acts of civil status. And we need to discuss that, and we need to have the rights not to be like pupils and students with the teacher over us. We know how to work on our own. And I think that the fact how the authorities were delegated in the sphere of state registration of property rights, and our registrators showed their professionalism. We need to trust them now. We need to trust the administrators of centers of administrative services provision. And also with the reintegration of these services, this was the long way of 4 years, and every type of some services needs to go along towards the objective with smaller steps. Not every single person can stand this long way to get these services. But if we speak about the passport services, the most important is the price of the equipment, which influences a lot. But we launched passport services. We are planning, and we'd like for all of the residents to get them at our place. You know, yesterday I opened Facebook and there was the information that we are providing services of the state registration of acts of civil status. I opened the comments section and there were no bad comments which would witness that something is wrong. So what was the nicest, that there was one of the comments of one of the visitors who wrote that this was the best institution which exists on the territory of Bobrovice community. That is the Center of Administrative Services Provision. The best professionals are working there. Really, it was very nice to read. That was very pleasant. Thank you. Because, in fact, the administrators, with such a workload which they have, they are worthy to be valued. But, in fact, in the first panel discussions, we spoke about the financial part. I'm working for the 5th year, and for the 5th year, the loan and administrative fee has not been adopted, which would maybe give an opportunity to impact the salaries which could increase among the administrators, and they wouldn't be the high level of rotation. They would stay at the same place without searching for higher salary. But we have those, in fact, developments. In 10 or even 11 months, we earned 1,200,000. But it's not enough what we need to earn, because if we take 358 services which we are providing, only 35 are paid, are not for free. You do understand the percentage of them being paid. In fact, all of the rest is provided for free. When we need to, we are not the obsolete organization when we needed to bring A4 blanks to make a copy of the document. We do that at the place. People are happy when they already leave us. I see that I'm out of my timing. Let me finalize. You know, people are coming to us and we are working. If you don't know where to go, go to the Center of Administrative Services Provision. Even if they don't help you, they will tell you where to go to. So I think all the centers are working like that. And there are lots of centers which are still being developed, but still they need help. And this is the best example of decentralization. This is the example which gives hope that the example of what the authorities are doing, they're working for the residents of the community. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Olga. Thank you. I wanted to remind you that one of the main ideas in the reform of central self-governance was making administrative services closer to the resident of the community. It wouldn't be impossible to implement without the network of centers, and what we can see here, not like a stationary object, but also the ones which can go with the involvement of the starostas, with the huge number of settlements, with the huge area. This is, in fact, the successful example when we understand that this is the tool of the center, and I'd like to delve deeper into the history. I do remember the first centers of the Center of Political and Legal Reforms of 2009 or 2010, when the whole practice was developed, which has become the foundation of the new law on the provision of administrative services. So honestly speaking, this is the huge work done, first of all, by the center, and secondly, by the people who are the face of the administrative services provision in their communities. Thank you so much. The only thing I'd add, providing paid services, it's important that the center shouldn't be transformed into the people who earn money. We just need to remember the figures which you just listed. It's approximately 10% of the overall list of services which are paid, right? Which are not for free. So we know that the availability of paid services and even the expansion of their range will not lead to the effect that the center will totally reimburse all the expenses. It shouldn't be the indicator of success of the center. Thank you, colleagues, for the well-presented part of our issues. Then let's move to one more interesting point, the presentation of the research of the Center of Political and Legal Reforms about the court decisions. And before giving the floor to Roman, the expert of the center, Roman Smaluk, I would like to share such an interesting mention from the fiction literature. In one of Balzac's novels, there was an interesting phrase that the representatives of three professions, and this is the end of the 19th century, they are working in black attires: the judges, the doctors, and the priests. And when they were asked why, the author of this phrase explained, they know too much about the humanity. So, Roman, you researched the court decisions and how the local self-governance authorities are their cases are considered in the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken. Could you share what is not beyond our eye and has become obvious for you? Thank you. You've presented me and introduced me so loud, as if the spirit of the humanity. I was listening to the previous panel discussion. The beginning of this one, everybody was speaking about the global and important points. In spite of that, our working group delved deeper into certain situations, because court decisions is something specific about the, in fact, grievance of the certain decisions without the public hearings, or some of the decisions which were taken at another session which was not legal. So it's very hard for me to present the outcomes of our research, because we found out numerous issues, but they are rather specific and peculiar to be discussed now. Though, however, before I share certain outcomes, let me instantly emphasize that yes, we were trying to analyze, first of all, the practice of the Supreme Court, the new Supreme Court, since 2017 till May 2023, and because of the limited resources, we did not analyze all the categories of, in fact, disputes where the local self-governance authorities were taking part. We made it narrower to provide the deeper research. We researched the court decisions and disputes about the forms of direct participation of the members of the local community in the solution of the issues, about, for instance, of the meetings, about the local initiatives implementation. We also researched disputes connected with certain organizational and procedural aspects of the local self-governance authorities. That is again about the sessions and about the implementation of the veto right, and also about the and also we mentioned the disputes about the grievance over the legislative acts adopted by the local councils, in particular about the legal status of the MP. And we also mentioned the disputes about the violations connected with corruption, which were also, in fact, perpetrated or conducted by the representatives of the local self-governance authorities. You can see our research, which is in the agenda. But making a conclusion, which outcomes we got as a result of the monitoring, we can divide the problems which we found out into two groups. The regulation and normative issues which led to the dispute, and the use of law. So if we, in fact, speak about the first point, in the category of disputes which we analyzed, we did not find any critical drawbacks of the law of Ukraine on local self-governance which would claim urgent and comprehensive changes. Yes, there are certain discrepancies or different interpretation of the legislation in practice, but among the main issues we may separate the under-regulation of the law of the form of participation of members of territorial communities in the decision-making of local significance. The law says that the members of the territorial communities have the right for the meeting, for the introducing of the local initiative, for the public hearings, but all of those tools need to be defined in the acts of the local council, in particular in the statute. It is not compulsory, and very often the court disputes, when the residents came to the members of the local council and said, let us make the meeting, and the local council just ignored it because there was no mechanism. The statute was not adopted, and that's it. This application was ignored. So the position of the Supreme Court was definite, as the local council did not define the procedure of implementation of this mechanism. Does not mean that the local council can be inactive and ignore the applications of the citizens. What else? Out of the problematic issues about the meetings, the law defines definitely that the procedure of meetings should be defined by the law. The law on local self-governance, it does not regulate this mechanism. We just see the regulation of the Parliament of 1993, which really triggered the Supreme Court, and they mentioned in the decision that this regulation is obsolete. It contradicts the Constitution. It contradicts the law on local self-governance. It cannot regulate anymore the existing societal relations. However, approximately 30 years have passed and this problem is not solved. If we speak about the local self-governance, the direct connection of the local self-governance authorities with the territorial community, the channels of this communication, the tools which provide the finding out of the opinion of the community should be the top priority, because the local council is not working for the sake of itself. It is representing and protecting the interests of the territorial community. But in fact, at the legislative level at least, the mechanisms of the provision of collection of this feedback, finding out the opinion of the community, are not regulated. Also, when we speak about the direct participation forms, we have an interesting situation in the court practice as well about the mandatory public hearings and discussions. Yes, there are cases when such hearings are compulsory, and it is precisely mentioned in the law. But we found out the well-disseminated category of disputes about the grievance of the decisions of the local councils about reorganizations of the educational institutions, when the Supreme Court, in its decision, formulated the legal position that in this case the public hearing and discussion is compulsory, though then not a single bylaw has foreseen such an obligation, and the local councils got to know post factum that they needed to have this discussion in an obligatory manner. And the Supreme Court referred to the regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers, which tells us about the state policy, which has only non-binding character for the local council. This category of disputes is really rather interesting because the local self-governance authorities really need to understand all the time that the fact that the law does not include the obligation to conduct public hearings or discussions does not mean that they shouldn't do that, as when they consider the court dispute about the grievance of their decision, they will have to prove whether this decision was taken in the interests of the territorial community which they represent. And about the normative gaps in comparison with others, they are not that significant. We found out that rather often the local councils in their regulations define the procedure of closed plenary sessions, though in fact it is not foreseen by the law. And the Supreme Court is also emphasizing that the closed plenary sessions of the Council can take place only in cases defined by the law. At least in one of the cases, the Supreme Court connected it to the law on the legal status of the martial law and the emergency state, if I'm not mistaken. And also when we speak about the certain use of law gaps, that is, the problems with the use of the current legislation, then the specter, the range of mistakes or violations which were conducted by the officials of the local self-governance authorities is extremely broad and vast. Sometimes it's conscious or maybe unconscious ignoring of the very specific norms of the laws, like the making public of the drafts of the regulatory acts or any other laws, or when they did not conduct the public discussions in the predefined time frame. Sometimes these violations were not that obvious because the law had a dual interpretation of the same provision. This is not the widely spread situation, but still for the understanding of the composition of the council, how it should be defined. A very simple issue, but in practice, some of the local self-governance authorities defining the authorities of the composition of the council during the plenary session took into account the city head, well, the village or the settlement, but still it was foreseen in the law that his vote is taken into account. So, concluding, why it is important to conduct this monitoring of court practice, because it gives lots of answers to the questions with which the local self-governance authorities face either daily or taking certain important and complicated decisions, how to motivate their decision, how to conduct this or that public discussion, which evidence they should have that it was conducted according to the requirements of the law. The court practice includes the answers to these questions, but there is another side of the coin. The court practice is dynamically changing, and within our research we have observed how the position of the Supreme Court changed not in a year, but in a week. In the beginning of the month, the Supreme Court said, no, maybe you shouldn't substantiate your decision. And other colleagues of the same court in a week, they are saying, no, this decision should have been substantiated. So when you are working with the court practice, you always need to take into account how this practice is well shaped, as there are certain lawful positions which are proved by the Supreme Court for 3 or 4 years, and there are some of the positions which are in the process of the formation and will be never able to foresee which position is final and how long it is final. It may act for half a year, it may be changed just in a week. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. I'm convinced that by studying these court decisions, it's a very important thing that remains in the shadow. It's not like we involve many people, but this is the mirror that reflects various discrepancies that we see in practice when we implement various bylaws, and I'm sure that these kind of studies, they definitely need to exist in the future. We now gradually will move on to the next issue. I warned you in the beginning that we have a multifaceted, multidisciplinary panel, and now we will touch upon the issue that in the last years, in the last month, has been very widely discussed by the media. We have a lot of communications regarding this. This is on anti-corruption activities, and here we should say that as in this year, the Center has also done a great study in this sphere, emphasizing the anti-corruption activities in the level of local self-governments as it is. I would like to give the floor to Olga Piskunova, the senior expert on corruption prevention of the Center. Thank you very much. I would like to oppose or discuss on several positions because first, in my opinion, anti-corruption professionals are the ones who knows the most about humanity, because judges, doctors can also be corrupt. Well, 21st century isn't guilty. But the other thing that I would like to object to is that our panel and the entire today's event is not that multidisciplinary, because basically the entire Center for Political and Legal Reforms does work in anti-corruption, because every reform that we work on is aimed at strengthening democracy, at increasing transparency, at digitization, at implementation of the understandable rules of interaction of the citizens with the bodies of the state and local self-governments. So every reform in its sense is an anti-corruption reform. So I think I will take power for a little bit and say that our entire event is an anti-corruption nature. But going back to what we have worked on and come up with, we have worked on several positions in several directions, and our key product became this small book on preventing corruption in self-government bodies. And the main thing we wanted to show with our work, what we wanted to do, and what the result that we wanted to achieve is not to overcome corruption as it is, but to carry the message that corruption prevention, countering corruption is something that everybody should do, regarding of who does what, regardless of their religion, their nationality, and so on. Because corruption in this or the other way, directly or indirectly, influences everyone who lives in the community, every one of us. And the handbook that I have already mentioned, we started with a great quote of Benjamin Franklin. He said that an ounce of prophylaxis is worth a font of treatment. And this is the key idea, the key message that we wanted to carry. In fact, if we take the Pareto principle, if we make the percent of effort to preventing corruption, then, or on the contrary, unfortunately, 20% to preventing corruption, then 80% we will have in 80% of cases. And then I also wanted to say that for me, a very good metaphor to corruption, especially if we talk about corruption in local self-government bodies, is traffic jams. In any traffic jams, you will notice drivers who are patient, are waiting very politely until they have the opportunity to go through. They are sticking to the rules. But also in any traffic jam, there are those who want to somehow use the pedestrian walk or for the line meant for public transportation, and they don't only not solve their own problem, but they also deepen the problem for everybody. So the traffic jam worsens and not disappears quicker. The same thing is with corruption. When corrupted officials and citizens who tolerate corrupted practices and they try to avoid rules and procedures, they not only solve their personal issues, their personal problems, but they also deepen the general problem. And going back to our handbook, we try to generalize everything that in Ukraine currently exists on preventing corruption in one edition, and to convey all of these rules by simple and understandable language, sometimes translating that into schemes and tables so that everybody, every MP at every deputy of the local council, every public official in the local council, every citizens could read this handbook and understand what's what. For deputies of local councils, for people working in local self-government, it is mostly about the fact that it's worth understanding what is allowed, to which extent, indeed, they're not as narrow, basically, and they're absolutely not very limiting to those very deputies. There are not that many strict rules, but anti-corruption limitations are aimed primarily to transparency. It still leads to certain inconveniences. You need to fill in the electronic declaration on time. You need to mention the conflict of interest. There are things that 10 or 20 years ago the local council deputy never thought about. So we must understand also and be responsible about the fact that no matter what, this is also something that we need to train these people for, because the deputies of village councils, small town councils, they say that I will rather not be a deputy than fill the electronic declaration every year. These complications, were they in your field of vision? Yes, they were absolutely in the field of vision of our studies, and I just wanted to slowly move on to how we got this wave of breaking the stereotype that local officials are those feudal, small feudals that now can exercise power in their territories. Basically, they're not feudalistic, they're not local czars, but those are representatives. And they, in fact, represent the interests of their community, basically of their neighbors. And they provide services to the citizens. And today we gradually are moving to this understanding. And with this handbook, we basically also wanted to convey the idea that when I take the responsibility to be a representative of my community, It means that I also take the limitations that the community puts upon me in relation to my activity. I can quote Ivan Franko here. It's a genial phrase. Got the honor, lost the calm. It's also about the local deputies. Do you allow me to use in this pause? I would give the word to Mykola Havranuk. Mykola is the head of the working group that implemented this project. He is the director of academic development of Center for Political and Legal Reforms. Thank you, Vitaly. I want to start with an unexpected thing. I never mentioned this to you, Victor. From a low bow to you and to all the heads of the centers for providing administrative services. You know, because with age, those who have older age, they will understand me the best. When you think about the Center for Providing Administrative Services, you remember those cursed Soviet doors that has a piece of paper on it, A4 paper, and there is a long list of things that you need to bring, and you go in and you start quarreling because in the law it's not mentioned that I have to bring this to you, but you know, the laws are for us. We have instructions that we received from above. And these parts of departments of some state institutions, he will take all your nerves if you refuse to give a bribe. And this reform of Centers for Administrative Services, Olga said quite rightfully that everything is based on corruption in the state, in local self-government. But in this sea of corruption, not just Ukraine is a yacht that's swimming under black sails, but the similar situation is also in other countries. Eurobarometer study has said that in Europe, 73% of population says that in their countries, in Europe, not somewhere else, corruption has a rather high level, and that it's impossible to solve an issue if you don't ask certain officials that take bribes and so on and so forth. And 54% said that they don't even know who to address for help, where to go for help when they ask for bribes. 65% of representatives of business said the same thing, that it's impossible to do business without corruption. And you know, there's more negative mentions about their countries are about Malta, Slovenia, Romania. So we're not alone. And what I'm trying to say, that these problems are the same everywhere. Olga and I have studied the experience of Malaysia, of Argentina. The recipes are also the same everywhere. And in different audiences, when an issue is raised how to fight this damn corruption, I remind everyone this formula of corruption. Corruption is the wish plus possibility minus control minus responsibility. And out of this formula of corruption, we can also easily have the formula of anti-corruption. To deprive them of the wish, to decrease discretion, to control with all possible means, and to bring to responsibility. And when, through these 4 letters, we will be analyzing the activities in the self-government bodies, in the communities in general, we will come to the same conclusions that the authors of the anti-corruption strategy came, the state anti-corruption program in Ukraine and in other countries. We need to find out the corruption risks with each position, coming along with each position. One thing is the director of a company, of a communal company, let's say. Another thing is the deputy of a local council. They have different risks. Then, accordingly, according to this risk, we need to build a certain system of control. How to ensure that they would not have the opportunity to use their, I will repeat myself, possibilities, opportunities. And then, if it was possible for them, how to ensure that there is responsibility, legal and moral. And here we can refer to our handbook on ethical code of the deputy of the local council and the officials of local self-government in general. And on this issue, we could move to the issue of responsibility, because we really expect that the strong NABU comes and solves all the corruption problems with us. It will never happen. NABU on the small land in communities, it has almost no power. Because that's why we need to look towards police and make the police fight corruption. And today it's not doing this. And again in different audiences, I repeat these data on the study statistics that 80% of corrupt officials, according to the core statistics, they are not local self-government officials. They're not public officials. 80% of people who take bribes, according to statistical formulas, are unemployed people, pensioners, and also people who temporarily are out of work. And only 20% are for people who are empowered to execute state functions. This is the corruption that we have. It is an unexpected portrait of Ukrainian corruption. We should have added student. I think that it would be a good picture. Well, yeah. And I wanted to say we need to bring responsibility, not about criminal responsibility, but disciplinary responsibility. For years, and indeed for years, we are studying the court practices, and it turns out that those cases that today are in courts, those are the cases about crimes that were committed 7, 8, 10, 16 years ago. This is 2022 court decisions. And most likely they just say that this case is too old to have a court decision on it. And finally, conflict of interests. Not to allow the violations, we need to stop everything when the potential and real conflict of interest can arise. It's different for different categories of people, and we need to create this preventive measure. Thank you so far. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I want to say that we gave the opportunity to all our panelists to speak now, so please write down your questions. I'm sure that you have them, and thank you for your message. Thank you for everything, and I will talk about what Olga said about how anti-corruption is everywhere. I remember there was a period where all the students, regardless of where you study, which university, they needed to start their work about the correct road that the Lenin Party has chosen. So now we need to start everything with saying that what we are doing, it will promote anti-corruption activity. I think that this is a good clarification that we need to take into account. But corruption, nobody cancelled Maslow pyramid, and here we need to mention that one of the key basic needs of a person is safety and security. So our next speeches will be on that. And I'm very grateful for the Ministry of Internal Affairs have delegated to participate in our panel. Also, the head of the department, Alexei Kuzmin. Alexei Kuzmin, Mr. Kuzmin, the floor is yours. And before you start your presentation, I would like to start from a question. How you, today, as the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where they see the reserve on interacting with the self-governed bodies in ensuring security. Let's say that we're not talking about defense now, because it's not the competencies of the entire Ministry of Internal Affairs, maybe of some departments, as like border guards or National Guard. But we will be talking more about security that are related and that can be solved together with the central locally.
Good day, dear participants of the conference, the organizers. I'd like to thank again for the opportunity to communicate with the society in this kind of a format. Previous speakers said about the services and about the use of law, the fight against corruption, and all of those points are inherent to the Ministry of Interior, so it's not a secret for anybody that the Ministry of Internal Affairs includes the National Police and the State Emergency Service, the service centers of the Ministry of Interior, the State Migration Service. That is why the bulk of work, the changes and amendments to the legislation are very multiple. It's very responsible, but I'd like to dwell deeper and to dwell on the interaction with the community. The common projects which now the Ministry of Interior is paying more special attention to. I'd like to start with the following. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of the occupational troops, that is since 2022, the issue of security was always relevant, but came to the first position, to the front line of the ministry. And the risks and threats, the security risks which existed before the 24th of February 2022, they were added by other risks connected with the humanitarian crimes, the pollution with explosives, and so on. That is why my report will start with the following. The ministry is paying lots of efforts to the security issues, and first of all, for our children and our families. What I'd like to emphasize upon, that is the security of the educational space, where the ministry spends lots of efforts, and the problem of domestic violence, which never ceased to exist. Within the national platform, multi-component platform, the ministry implements the project, the security of an educational space. This project is implemented by the territorial communities as well, by the Ministry of Education and Science, the Ministry of Interior, the authorities of this system of the ministry. And also I'd like to mention that this is the multi-component project which includes lots of aspects. What I'd like to dwell upon. Our children, since the beginning of the active phase of war, stopped getting education in the normal mode, which is necessary for the development, for us as Ukrainians, as the nation, to go on existing. And unfortunately, it's a huge issue now, because it's not only at the delimitation area in the regions. The people cannot study in the usual mode, but since the beginning of the air raid alerts, it's impossible to do that in the central regions and other regions of the country. That is why the ministry, together with the State Emergency Service, the National Police of Ukraine, focused its attention on the two main clusters and aspects: secure surrounding and secure infrastructure of educational institutions. What does it include? Secure surrounding includes multi-level system of guard of the educational institutions, both the school education and beyond the school, the implementation of the special position in the local self-governance authorities, the security expert in the educational space, the special curricula for the security and secure infrastructure, which should include the objects of civil protection of the population, either in the educational institutions or close to them, and other security measures, that is, the installation of CCTV, equipment of the buttons of central alarm, including the police and guard authorities, and also the installation of the equipment for the educational institution with anti-fire alarms, lighting, equipment with traffic signs and certain fences if the educational institutions are located in the settlements or closer to the roads. So that is why the ministry is paying lots of efforts for the coordination of the activity of the National Police, the State Emergency Service, with the representatives of the territorial communities. And I would like to dwell upon, if we are now speaking about the communities, on the position of the expert on security in the educational space. This is the official, it's a pilot project, which was launched in 2023, which foresees the implementation of a position in the territorial communities, a person who will play the role, in simple words, the security manager, who will be the coordinator between the communities, the parents, the educational institutions, and the central executive branch authorities, that is, the Ministry of Education and Science, and Police and State Emergency Service, and the Ministry of Interior. Well, maybe not with the central level. You're speaking about the interaction at the level of the community with the units which are at the places. Yes, the interaction at the level of the community, but with the central executive branch authorities, because it's a pilot project. So we are waiting, and some of the territorial communities are very active about that. What's their active position? Because of the new challenges Ukraine is facing now, we see that it's so important to implement this pilot project, not as a directive, as some of the projects are implemented, but as the project in the mode of cooperation. We need to see, well, not always when the ministries or the authorities see the issue at the places, or they can see it not in the amount or from the perspective how it really exists, so they cannot timely respond to this issue. That is why the Ministry of Interior is open for communication within implementation of this project. I'd like to mention that as of today, 21 regions has joined this project. 118 security experts in educational space are already performing their obligations in the territorial communities. And we have involved more than 110 territorial communities. Using this opportunity, maybe there are any of the territorial communities that there are such projects which are created to protect our children. I'd like to present again, in the territorial communities which have the need to implement such a position, please apply to the territorial units of the National Police or State Emergency Service or the Ministry of Interior with an objective to form an application for the training of such experts and to implement such positions in certain territorial communities. And again, this is the feedback for the territorial communities, using our projects and initiatives which we are implementing. And also, I'd like to emphasize that with the participation of the state authorities, since October this year, we've implemented something not only for the children, but for all the participants of the educational academic process, for the teachers, for the parents, mobile security classes. Those mobile security classes is the educational space where children can get certain basic skills and knowledge about certain security issues in these or those situations. That is, the mine security and pre-medical care and the rules of behavior in daily life. This is the various range of topics. How does it take place? Now, those mobile classes are 15 all over Ukraine, 15 vehicles. If you allow, if you're interested, it's just for the perspective. That's in Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kyiv, Mykolaiv, Odessa, Poltava, Sumy, Chernihiv regions and Kyiv city with the territorial subordination of Zhytomyr region. For the children, from the school pupils, for the amalgamated groups, they create an application for a month to conduct such trainings. That's an interactive class with available modals and billboards of educational care. Where do they need to go? They need to get to the representatives of police or the State Emergency Service. This is our common project. That's why the police and the SISU have the information and they provide the certain schedule of these classes per region for the next month. It's very interesting, it's very practical during our times, because the security issues for our children, moreover, under such conditions as we are now living in, is really relevant. And again, for the territorial communities, for the representatives of territorial communities, I'd like to emphasize, please get to the national police for such security classes. What else would I like to dwell upon? A very important issue is the issue of domestic violence. Exactly, domestic violence in the regions, because instability in the families leads to social tension. The lack of stability in the regions destabilizes the situation all over the country. Unfortunately, it's true. There is such a tendency. So how do we solve this issue? How does it foresee the interaction between the units of the national police with the representatives and experts of local self-governance? Yeah, look. As I said in the beginning, I decided to tell you about the interaction and the active position of the territorial communities, the representatives of territorial communities, influences the further implementation of new aspects of our projects in the regions.
Представниками національної поліції.
The initiation of the national police for these or those problems solution, it's highlighting at the places, forms the overall picture for the implementation of our projects. Unfortunately, maybe not unfortunately, we are facing really active changes in our legislation. And the use of law, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, is intensively changing. That is why we need to rapidly adjust to these changes, which claims time and a huge amount of work, both for us, for me, as the representative of the authorities, and I think for the representatives of territorial communities, the local self-governance authorities. So the active position and the permanent working relations are so important not to lose this interaction. So as for domestic violence, as I said before, domestic violence has existed and exists still, but permanent shelling, social tension and stresses of people, lots of ruined lives of internally displaced persons lead to even more stressful situations in the families, which leads to and reflects in the family conflicts. Unfortunately, the issues of family conflicts are latent. They are complicated to find out. The victims are not always, mostly women and children, are not always ready to tell about that, to inform about that. But the representatives of territorial communities at the places see better whether there are any issues in these or those families. So it is very important to timely inform about that as a prevention, not just within criminal and administrative proceedings. So the interaction is relevant. As of now, the police employees have focused their efforts on that. If we don't speak about just figures, it's not a secret that people are traumatized. We have many people with disabilities because of the combats, and this social tension gradually increases. So even without mentioning statistics, the number of applications and statements about domestic violence, without even taking into account the relevance of 2022, gradually it is increasing. So I think in the perspective it will become an issue. It is the issue. But gradually it is increasing. So the police, besides the usual calls fighting crime, also have to adjust to those changes. And the main efforts of the police are focused on the prevention measures, that is about the interaction with the territorial communities, and the amendments to the legislation. Recently, the Parliament has ratified the Istanbul Convention and we have developed the law draft of the Ministry of the Interior with the MPs, which is already adopted in the first reading. That is Draft Law 8329, and the amendments to the Administrative Code of Ukraine about the administrative violations, and also the draft on the amendments to some of the legislative acts about the responsibility and liability countering domestic violence. What should it include? Taking the perpetrators to predefined liability, or mostly those are men, so certain restrictive measures or preventive measures, certain e-bracelets, and irreversible penitentiary or punishment, either criminal or administrative. And as a conclusion to my speech, I'd like to add that only thanks to the initiatives of the community now, our projects, our initiatives are being implemented positively, and the effectiveness depends on the activity of these communities. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. But before giving the floor to the next speaker, I would like to ask you, did the ministry manage to introduce the expert on the community? Yes, thank you. Yes, the pilot project has been implemented, the security expert in the educational space. The piloting term is till June 2024. We've organized in September, with the participation of the Association of Territorial Amalgamated Communities, we had the first forum where this problematic issue was the main one. The remuneration, the material technical equipment. So, the introduction of the position of the security expert for this position will be solved, will provide the certain assessment for that after the end of the piloting of this project. Okay, got it, thank you. So now, going on with the topic of the activity of the law enforcement authorities, justice, security, I'd like to give the floor to the expert of the Center of Legal and Reforms, Yevhen Krapivin. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As a follow-up to the security topic, I'd like to focus upon 2 points. First, when we are speaking about secure community and about security, in fact, each of us is speaking about something of his or her own and what's closer to you, because it's a very broad and vast sphere, and the state policy in this sphere does not answer the question what components can provide that and so on. So we were also trying to correct that, and after my speech I would ask Vitaly, as the person who was directly trying to impact the formation of the policy in this sphere, to tell more about that. I will tell about a different point, what we were working on for half a year. That is about the subjects who provide security in the territorial communities. Oleksiy, as he did not have enough time, did not mention the most interesting pilot project, which has to be done by the national police, which is the police officer of the community. Why is that interesting? Because in fact, this is the police officer, this is kind of the reform of the police officers, which tells us that if the territorial community feels lack of security, and there are lots of them, especially after they have become bigger, at the expense of their own budget, funding the position, the vehicle, the fuel, and other consumables, they can involve a police officer who is the full-scale police officer, who is certified and who is an inhabitant of this community, who is aware about the situation in this community. This project is developing. I will not assess this now, but it is pushing me to the even more global story, which says the expansion of the authorities of the territorial communities in the sphere of the community.
Everybody knows that we have centralized police. There is a monopolistic right for legitimate violence, and all discussions of municipal policing, they have emerged after Maidan. There was, when in the first reading in 2015, a draft law that was adopted on municipal self-defense groups. But all of this conversation ends somewhere that happens on the side of politicians and indeed of the government, that any decentralization of police and giving its functions to the territorial communities will lead to forming some kind of pocket armies, some kind of mafia-like gangs. And we've seen these examples, and not because of decentralization of police, but because these are not controlled groups in some cities that unfortunately have perpetrated illegal acts. But at the same time with this, we have the following situation. In the past years, and I mean in the past years, what happened after 2014, in the communities, there are different kinds of formations, sometimes as part of the law on defending the border and the corresponding law. Sometimes it's the part of communal company, and they also need to receive salary from the state budget. And also, some of them are registered as guard companies. They have a license for traumatic weapons, are quite similar to police in the way they look and in the way that they have specific things, weapons. And in 22, also the volunteer formations of territorial communities have been added to this list, and they are in the law on the national resistance in 2021. And some of those groups that were performing the safety security function that I mentioned earlier, they joined the volunteer formations. Now they are in the front line mostly. The army is taking them in, but sooner or later they will come back, and those community groups that I started with, they are still dealing with safety in the communities. Why? Because the forces of police are not enough, in the sense that there are communities where there's like one police person. There's patrol closer to the oblast center at the level of bigger cities, but the further they are from the big city, the fewer police persons we have working. And any person that works in security, just simple prevention, conversations with people, having a police person is one of the best ways to prevent small crimes, hooliganism, theft, and so on and so forth. and it is logical that the communities want more security forces. They have budget for that, and what the state offers now is our police forces that are not enough, and even by employing 1 or 2 police persons, you will not employ 10 or 20, but we have requests for even more people, especially by communities who have good budgets because they're close to agglomerations, to oblasts, centers, and so on and so forth. So our answer to this question is that, I'll repeat, there is no steady policy in the state, what is security and who ensures it, but it must be formed. And also it's not normal when we have the civil formations and the status is very non-specific and non-identified somewhere, municipal, God, nobody can clearly say what kind of responsibilities they have. And I recently talked to one of the heads of the territorial community who said that we wanted to create one, and when we saw that according to the law this is not clear what it is and what responsibilities are, we decided not to do it. But some communities did it because it's really an effective instrument. And the thing is what to do with it further. We should further legalize it, or we should just develop police and create some additional forces to police, to civil security. Maybe they will be in some way divided into police persons who are centralized and those who will be somehow allocated to the municipal level, and the heads of communities should also have some impact. Who of the police persons work in this community, what are the priorities of their work, what they do, what they pay attention to. So maybe the community is not satisfied with this particular police person, and there also should be impact that should be established by the law. And now we have prepared this vision that corresponds to this question. We need to identify what kind of police is responsible for security at the municipal level, and we need to coordinate police and the territorial communities in how they impact their work, the quality of their work, setting their priorities, and so on and so forth. This requires legislative change, this requires structural change, and requires rethinking of how police works. But this is the only real way now to ensure more security in the communities, because a recipe like we have 140,000 policemen, let's make it 200,000 policemen, anybody just will drive you away. They're from the government if you start talking about this. We need to develop coordination between the communities and the police forces. They are policemen who live in their community and who know the community. They will be more effective rather than when they sit in the oblast center, when they work in the specific community. Thank you very much. It is a very acceptable and very relevant suggestions, I would say. And I would ask a brief final presentation to finish the presentational part of the issues. Is there a secret with this clicker, or is anything easy? I should press the yellow button below. Yeah. Concept of security of communities. As of today, the Ministry of Interior has suggested the draft law that's called, this is a brief name, on the secure environment, and the information that we have access to in open sources. This law is very sequestrated. It does not give answers to all the questions that will now be raised also within this concept of safe community. Of course, there is impact on the things that our colleague from the Ministry of Interior has said. It mentions the domestic violence, the school safety, but we also need to understand that ensuring safety and security in school or solving the domestic violence, the Ministry of Interior from the central executive bodies, it doesn't work on its own. It works together with the Ministry of Education if you talk about schools, and also it was, and it also is happening now. And in the past, I also offered some concepts. And on domestic violence, the Ministry of Interior has close cooperation with the Ministry of Social Policy, and Ministry of Social earlier, even before the full-scale invasion, they offered the state subvention that financed the so-called shelters in territorial communities, that financed buying software, cars, computers, they would work for clients, and in these shelters, the clients are mostly 96% of women. Domestic violence happens to women with children mostly. So going back to this conclusion that I can make only based on the open information that I now have on the side of the CMU as well, on the Ministry of Interior draft law, I think that it would make sense to add other issues that we would probably discuss now. So on the goal itself of this document, you can see the document in the Word file. It is offered together with the other materials at the QR code, the concept as well, but we are talking here primarily about looking at local self-government in terms of solving the issue of safety as a serious partner, somebody who we're not just the donors of various needs and wants. I distinguish between these things, needs and wants. The system, representatives of the system of the Ministry of Interior comes, and also we have also some sad cases from the army when people come in the military form. Please help, but don't ask where we will spend your money. It's not about openness, transparency, and control about public money. So we suggest to work on the concept to look at local self-government territorial communities as a serious partner that can be maybe a younger partner in this thing, but to build partnership relationship with the corresponding bodies of the central executive authorities that are called to ensure security. In the concept, we describe the criteria that will help us better identify the level of security. There are 4 of them. I will not speak about it in big detail, but we need to understand that we tried at least to look at it in a rather comprehensive way, and as a result, we have these 4 criteria. Use it as a complex, effectiveness, balance, and also actions making sense. We need to understand how effectively we use public money by spending them on security. It may seem something very difficult right now, but these kind of methods, they function in European countries now. So if we can't do it ourselves, we can borrow it. And if we talk, when we talk about security, what do we look on? We look at the life road of a person living in the community. The person is born, they live, they die, and analyzing their life, we understand that we need to ensure security at every of the stages, starting from the healthcare facility where they are born, then the kindergarten, school, some sports, some music school, some club, culture house, other institutions that provide communal services. These are objects, they're grouped here, and other parts of these components, these are situations, because it's not just enough to have a system of letting know about an air raids or bomb shelter. We need to people to know where they need to move, how fast they need to move, and so on and so forth. So this is about what's in the component of situations. And this is a soft component. We can also say that objects is the hard component when we invest resources into ensuring bomb shelters, the system of alert, police station where the police officer should work, and so on and so forth. But the group of components is called situations. It's when we teach people living in the community to react correctly and to use correctly what is provided in the part objects. What is about the form of the implementation of the concept? We offer 13 of them. The United Informational System of the MIA of Ukraine, it demonstrates what has been previously said: when territorial communities don't have the full monopoly, full freedom of action in ensuring security. We understand here that the state should maintain the right to have the last word, to control also the local self-government bodies. And we offer additional 12 forms, and among them are the safe country, the centralized informational system. What this is, the system that unites CCTV cameras that function today already at different bases, but it functions being in different ownership. This creates a lot of inconveniences, but still there's a united hotline, 112, that primarily has been mentioned as something that is already happening, but we see that it's still functioning as a pilot. I think that in Kyiv Oblast is now going through this way, but I think that this is a good story. Then the network of security centers of territorial communities. We cannot stop here only at the center of security that was produced by the Ministry of Developing the Communities and Territories. Based on what the minister presented, we built several dozen centers. One of the ones that in the pages of the handbook is the one in Liman, Donetsk Oblast. Unfortunately, it has been already destroyed. But again, there are other centers of security that now function. We understand that that center of security and the one that we imagine now are different things, different not just because, or different for the reason that previously the center of safety, there is the emergency services, there is police, there is ambulance there, but now we're saying there may be also a class of security to work with adult population. There may be something that will help people understand better mine safety. It's also in context of the humanitarian demining. The examples, the stands, and so on and so forth. There may be a warehouse that has some kind of humanitarian aid. And this is what the heads of territorial community have told us when we are talking to them about this, when we talked about them in the end of 2022, early 2023. So it becomes this multitask object in the territory of the community itself. I'm dreaming that in the center we can offer the territorial community this flower. What are the components of centers in territorial Gramada? Of course, the Center for Providing Administrative Services, of course, the primary healthcare center, yes, the Center for Providing Social Services, yes, it should be there. The Center for Providing Cultural Services, yes. And also the Center of Security should have been there, but it should be a separate petal in this flower of institutions in the territorial community. Also, the network of police stations, Safe School, what the colleague has mentioned, the alert system, the fund of shelters, bomb shelters that should exist in the communities. Then civil formations, the study has been previously done in the structure of the Ministry of Regional Policy. In the MIA, these civil formations cannot work because the law of the 2000 is not correspondent to the need that we have today. And if we look at how they use their responsibilities now, I would say that all civil formations of the country in the previous year, we took 2021 as an example, 0. So there were 0 administrative protocols. The answer is simple. All of their activities, they were just performed by the police. And then we need to ask why we call it civil formation. So it is something that we need to further study. Then the network of situational rooms, this is something new. Some big communities have already launched it. This is an alternative to so-called points of control. This term could be more relatable or known to you. Now we have North American experience, European experience. We understand that we need to have situational room, situational centers, sometimes even mobile, and it is a more productive story. And then we have the system of documentation of violations of law. We have separate elements of the system. Somewhere then is the network of training centers, courses, where people such as you as heads of communities, when you're employing people, when they had a department that deals with civil defense, this person need to pass through a training, and the heads or people responsible for that in libraries and schools also need to be trained. And the network like this now works based on the emergency service. It is provided for in the civil code. And I think that it acts through the emergency services, but this network primarily is for the cities, for the oblast centers, and also plus 1 or 2 cities, towns in the oblasts where there's training, not courses, but training. We need to understand that this kind of training will need to involve more people, and also the system of bodies of management that needs to be created at the level of community, sub-regional and regional level, and we don't have it yet. If there were city heads in the audience, I would ask them how it is organized with you. Do you have one professional do it with security, or is it a sector, a department, maybe a bureau? When we analyzed it in Oblast state administration, studying the responsibilities of deputy heads of administrations, and also we analyzed the situation for different regions. In Kharkiv administration, there are 2 different departments responsible for security, and we also had a situation when there was one bureau, 8-9 people, and they are responsible for this same thing. It's also an oblast. I will move further. The instruments that we are offering, very briefly about them, the programs and projects to renew and develop communities, the projects of international help, and these are instruments that we must use to improve the security situation in our communities.
And then PPP and cooperation with the territorial communities. In the public-private partnership, PPP, there is the huge storage or reserve to implement the measures on security in the community with the support of this tool. And obviously separate provisions and statutes of the territorial community which can have the high quality security provisions. Those are the provisions which should engage the residents of the territorial community to provide their own security. As for the proposals, the implementation of the notion security services is one of the types of public services which have the need of the implementation of certain standards. This is what we found out, as the legislation does not have today, and or legislation or scientific literature does not have the notion of security services. I think we are mature enough to speak about security services. We are mature enough to speak about the services from the State Emergency Service and National Police and others. We are mentioning them first as the experts, so this is already the relevant issue. The regulation of interaction between the territorial communities and units of the defense and security forces. The issues which the heads of territorial communities mostly face is that in the morning the representative of the State Emergency Service came to me and asked several thousand hryvnia for the fuel. Then the National Police came to me for money to get fuel, and then there was the representative of the border service and asked several thousand hryvnia for fuel. And I cannot refuse because it's a bit too hard. But tomorrow there will be representatives of some cool and promoted unit of the armed forces of Ukraine, and they would ask for fuel again. So very often this attitude is a bit of, in fact, claiming. So to solve this issue, we need regulation where the local self-governance authorities can be involved and where they cannot do that. One more point: implementation of the national system of monitoring and assessment of the security level in the community.
Зібрати воєдино різні
So we can unite different beginnings at the level of different executive branch authorities there, and it will give the community the opportunity to understand what security consists of, what they need to improve in the situation to bring the level of the security to the proper, higher level. And we need to foresee the proper forms and tools of the participation of territorial communities to provide security in case of resistance under the conditions of occupation. We are underusing, we are not using enough. The law on the formations, civil formations, is obsolete. The new law on the principles of national resistance showed that the chapters about the creation of formations of territorial communities in theory were working before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, but since February last year we saw it's far from perfection. I'm looking at Igor Borisovich about that. We have common experience about that in Lviv. So in fact that's what we need to change, and to change in the context of higher trust to the local self-governance authorities, as I think that in 2022 the local self-governance have showed the basic level that they are for their community not less and even more than the representatives of the central authorities. I guess, that's it out of this presentation. I'd like to drive your attention that you will have an opportunity to read this text and to see it in the, handouts. We have time for questions, so let's use this opportunity. The first question is from the audience, and then maybe we'll also take the questions online, please. Are there any questions? Yes, please, give the mic here to the second row, Natalia Petrenko. Yes, hello again, good evening. I would like to reflect a bit about the speeches of our speakers, about the conflict of interests. I have a colleague, the head of military administration, who wrote who decided to get fired because she has a relative under her subordination. This issue is not considered because the head of the military administration of the settlement, it's not that easy to fire her. It's one of the options to discuss. They're already working for several months. They still think that this application is a kind of a pillow. Is it like that, or is it on the opposite, can be a bomb of slow action? This is the first question. And also, so one by one, yes? Right. Okay. Could anybody answer? We have the opportunity to choose. It is a bomb, as since the times when the 2 weeks were over, the real conflict of interest starts, and the person has to be taken to liability, administrative liability. So if they do not consider this application, it still makes her responsible. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I would like to add. Here, in fact, we have the legislative issue, because the law on corruption prevention did not foresee that we may have a martial law somehow, and it did not foresee the state officials in the military administrations. But we understand that, basing upon the law on the martial law, according to this law, the authorities of the local self-governance authorities and local administrations are delegated to the military administrations, and it's obvious that we need to use the similar procedure. Out of the described situation by you, I can see that firstly, the administrative liability can be on the person who is not fired, and the head who did not consider this issue and did not regulate the conflict of interests. They did not settle it according to the law. And as it was public, maybe we can consider it to be a notification about corruption. Okay, then. Okay, everything is recorded. I'd like to reflect about the cool project, which was founded by our Ministry of Interior Affairs, the police office of the community. As for the municipal guard and others, I cannot tell anything because I'm from the small community, and this is a colossal breakthrough in transparency, accountability, and discipline. When the first guys who went to train in Dnipro, had it for half a year, came back home with a changed consciousness. They had a different approach to the work of police as it is. The police officers of the community gave the community some image, I guess. when the police officer of the community was cooperating really with the juvenile service, with the social protection unit, and different structures. And we decided to invite this police officer, who has become the member of the executive committee in the council. When the police officer of the community went to the school with the presentation of his work, every child in the school said, "I'd like to be a police officer." So this is a kind of advertisement which was working. These were cool projects, and I'd like to say that they shouldn't stop as the practice witnessed of the occupation of our territory. The police officers of the communities were staying on the territory out of all the law enforcement and the state emergency service guys. I will tell too much now, I guess, again. So I'd like to say that those first primary coolest projects shouldn't be suspended, and even after our victory on the territories which are remote, I mean Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, Zaporizhia regions, this is where we need to emphasize. To strengthen Ukrainian authorities on the territories will give the opportunity to strengthen trust for our authorities. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia, for the wonderful comments and the questions. If you allow me, I will try to give an opportunity for people to answer the questions which were mentioned online about the educational institutions. Okay, there is an interesting question. I don't know who asked it and who will be ready to answer it. Before, the educational institutions were not under the ministry, the state emergency service did not check them. But now, when they are independent communities, where educational institutions are the responsibility of the head of the communities, the state emergency service are much more attentive and closer checking the institutions of education. Why does it happen like that? Alexei, do you have the answer of this to this question? Is it confirmed by any statistical data which the ministry has? Yes, thank you. This is the relevant question. Let me answer partially. When we implemented the pilot project of security in the educational space, when we conducted the analysis at the places, we had certain claims from the communities at the beginning stage that the employees of police and the state emergency service are conducting as a punitive authority against the educational institution. But some of the issues which we could settle, we settled them manually. So it's about the feedback of the communities, but some of the issues are the responsibilities of the state emergency service employees in the certain territorial communities. So as the Ministry of Interior within our authorities we impact, but still the checks is an inseparable part of the work within our competences for the employees of the state emergency service. Thank you. Let me add a couple of words answering this question. To protect the rescuers, it seems to me that the most important thing that these remarks should impact and increase the level of security. It should work in the interest of security of the children going to this school. But if it's just some excuse when the color was not proper or maybe not painted enough, we do understand it's not about security anymore. It doesn't have anything in common with security. And secondly, it seems to me that now the attitude of state emergency service to the security in the educational institutions is also foreseen by the martial law, which we have now. We remember last year there were lots of governmental efforts and other efforts of other authorities to launch the new academic process on the 1st of September. The same was this year, maybe a bit not that noisy, but still this work went on. We needed to launch the academic process under the conditions when the shelling can take place, when the school should have a very nice, high quality and reliable bomb shelter. Let me share an experience. In September, during the business trip to Odessa region in Serhiivka, close to the Black Sea, I went to the school. And you need to understand that 3 weeks before that, the residential building was shelled. More than 20 people died there. The school principal wanted to show her bomb shelter. The shelter of this school had all the area, all the part of the city, because in the residential buildings they did not take care to have the normal bomb shelter, though looking at the buildings it could have been done. The shelter was just in the school, just the shelter where you could stay 24/7 with the storage of pampers, of food and of water, with several exits and entrances. If the shelter is for more than 50 people, it is compulsory. So such objects created in the territorial communities with the help of the local self-governance authorities, then it's working not only for the participants of the educational process, but for all of the participants and residents of the community. Let me add, these complaints really took place, but because some of the reserve evacuation ways were rambled, or the alarms were not working, or there were 10 meters of wire short to connect it, and the improper civilian protection buildings. So the State Emergency Service had to provide certain checks and recommendations, which then, because of some of the objective or subjective reasons, were given to the representatives of the educational institutions. So it is given to be complied with. Yes, thank you. There are several more questions here for the questions. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Good evening. Victor mentioned me in my speech, so I have the right to add something. It's not the question, it's a short comment.
Сказаного, Петро Макаренко мене звати. І я хотів би сказати, пане Віталію,
So, Vitaly, I'd like to answer your phrase that in the Center of Administrative Services provision, 10% of the services is paid. It's not true. 100% of the services are paid. But the sources of funding of these services are the main two sources, and even one, the pocket of the Ukrainian citizen. Because when we say that the services which are accessible, but we have an administrative fee, the person is paying the administrative fee. But when the service is in some district center and it vanishes there, the person is still paying this money for the services from the same pocket, and even much more expensive, because there are some free services or who don't have that high fare, but people pay for that to get to the bigger district center. They pay hundreds and sometimes thousands of hryvnias just to get there. So why did I mention about that? The second source, of course, are the taxes which are paid for and which the governance authority is taking money from. So if in the social sphere they are free by the law, they are still administered. Why am I speaking about that? Especially in the context of decentralization and delegation of authorities of the central executive branch authorities. Our story is the following of the whole of this thing, that we just have, let me say, the flat linear solutions. The decision is taken to optimize the network of territorial units of some central executive branch authority. We take the migration service or the state registry service or state geological cadastre. We don't know that what will happen tomorrow with the pension fund, with their service funds, and with their employment centers and so on. But why are those solutions flat? Because nobody is dealing with the modeling of accessibility of services in the context of optimization of the network of the central executive branch authorities. And for instance, there is the situation. The passport reception is closed, and what then? They closed them, they stopped them or suspended them. In Bobrovitsa, the Department of the State Registration of Acts of Civil Status. And what then? And we have lots of examples like that in Ukraine. We need to reconsider in our state this approach to optimization according to the modeling of accessibility to services. Because if some territorial unit is closed, then the state has to introduce initiative and to think about compensators at the expense of what the people will have access to the services as close to his or her place of residence as possible. And this is the concept of consideration when we are speaking about remote communities or not. In fact, no. It doesn't matter whether the person is living in the village, in the rural area, or in the city. We need to speak about the remoteness of the district centers, points of access to the services. But the person should be in the center. And this approach, this methodology needs to be changed. And the second part, what I wanted to say, in fact, is that some of the central executive branch authorities, when we are speaking about those institutional interests, unfortunately, for years, they still don't have the stage of perception that the state body or organism has irreversible changes. The decentralization reforms, we have communities. The communities have centers of administrative services provision, but this control over authorities is done at any price and is doing harm to anybody, including the ministries, because they think they are the brain, and the brain thinks that it works better, so it will work instead of the hands and the legs. This is the paradox. And one more point, what you mentioned in your final presentation, those 12 forms of work, secure country, but one of the compulsory components is the creation of educational centers, training centers, and competences for the experts. So when we are speaking about decentralization, sectoral decentralization of authorities and services which should come to the community, we should also definitely speak that it should be accompanied by the competences of the experts, improvement of the competences, because now the Ministry of Justice doesn't want to give these services to the civil status, state registration, because they think that those people are incompetent, which violate a lot, and the Ministry of Justice doesn't do anything for the state officials in the local self-governance authorities when they are taking these services, not to allow those mistakes. So we should have this interaction which should be efficient for the services to come. This decentralization really took place and the services were accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. And the colleague Nia also has a question for the microphone, and we will take another question from the other part of the hall. Good evening to everyone. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to speak. I'm the deputy head of the executive director of All Ukrainian Association of Communities, Nadia Slysarchuk. I would like to bring the attention, not as a question, but just bring the attention to the problem of small village and territorial communities. This panel is of a rather wide spectrum of questions and issues, but the main message is that the safety of the country and the safety of citizens in this country. This is why, primarily, we must take care of people feeling comfortable in every community, in every locality, and unfortunately, small village communities, they don't have administrative services centers. They did not take part in the projects of the police officer of the community, and indeed this is a problem. So these projects, they need to be continued to implement it, and we need to provide the possibility for smaller communities to also receive this resource, so that indeed we created the services for the population, so that they would receive good quality services. Indeed, the Center of Administrative Services is the place where the person comes and they receive all the services, and they have safety in this place. They feel safe there by giving their documents, by receiving these services. They must trust those people who are providing them these services. So during the previous speech, I also want to say that indeed we need to bring more attention to training professionals in the rural areas, because this is not true that there are incompetent people there. People indeed there are competent, but this minimum salaries that they receive, they just either choose to work in different places, or they also have another kind of work although it's not allowed by the law. The law on administrative procedure will be enacted since December 15th, and we already have to take care, all of us, about these procedures to be implemented at a certain level and to pay as much attention as possible to training of those professionals who need to be trained. And of course, I also want to pay attention to providing administrative services. Indeed, all services are paid for, but how much they cost? A lot of services have a very, very low price, and the cost of this service is very low. And the bank fee, when the person pays for this service, the bank fee is 10 times bigger, or even bigger than the service itself. It's nonsense. We cannot keep working like that. We shouldn't be working like that, because the service is provided by a professional, and accordingly there should be according cost of this service. On the implementation of the law on administrative procedure, as the All Ukrainian Association of Communities, we will promote and support so that rural territorial communities actively would take part in learning, and we can provide also a platform for such training and cooperation with Viktor Timoshuk. We will cooperate and also with other projects. Thank you. Thanks to you. We still have 15 days until this law is enacted, and we need to use this time. We had another question from the colleagues. Please, a colleague with the trident on the chest, and this would be a final question, a comment. Thank you. My name is Roman Serdyuk. I'm the regional coordinator in Dnipro and Zaporizhzhia. And I have one remark to Mykola Havranuk when you were talking about control over officials in the self-government bodies. You shouldn't also forget about motivation, because honest, good officials, I worked in Dnipro City Council, they just leave their positions because the motivation is very low to continue to work under increased control. When you are not only responsible for every action, you're also being you have a lot of additional work. Declare your like funny 8,000-9,000 of your salary, and the motivation to continue to work and to develop as a person working in self-government, you lose it after a year or a year and a half. And I have a question to Roman Smaluk. Please tell us, first, have you studied? I've seen your report on court decisions and whether there were court decisions of the Supreme Court on illegal reviewal of collective addresses of citizens, because I know about the cases, but I have not seen court decisions in your report. And have you studied the imperative norm of the third part of Article 51 of the law on self-government, where it's listed who should be the part of the executive committee? Is it imperative about the deputies? Should they be the part of the executive committee or not? Why this question is important? Because this is a question of not being able a deputy and at the same time a deputy head as someone in the executive committee. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Please, Mr. Havranuk. A similar question we had in the chat. There were two questions there, and if I may, I will answer both of them. The first question was on somebody without a name wrote that you first come up with anti-corruption legislation and then it feeds someone, something like that. There was a comment like that. Yes, indeed. We have a criminal code that gives food to the investigators. The land code gives money to foresters, and then if we had the laws about Salo, it would also feed someone. That is normal. But then about the payment. The former and already deceased Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, he came up with this system according to which the salary of all officials in the state increased together with the increase of the national GDP. This system must also be introduced in our country, and I am raising both hands for that, because the problem of salaries indeed exists, because police person is offended that the State Bureau of Investigations receive more. NABU investigator is offended with the justice officials receiving more, and then they are offended for the Constitutional Court judges. And what do you say about the self-government cases? But then we need to understand that high salaries do not prevent corruption. The yesterday's case shows that the salary also instigates you to take more, and the case in Supreme Court also shows that the salaries in 300, 500 hryvnia, they also don't prevent people from taking bribes. But at the same time, I would also take the law of Germany on state service that basically makes equal all the public officials and allows to pay them a salary based on their impact, the years that they have worked, but equally for everyone, for judges, for prosecutors, for other people serving the country. This is the way it should be. We should be aiming for that. What now happens for the self-government officials, it is very unjust. I agree with that. Quick comment on the local initiative. It is mentioned in the report there are two solutions in terms of how we look at local initiative. It should be identified, the order should be identified by the local council, but if it's not, we should apply the Article 9 of the law that, according to the Supreme Court, clearly identifies the order of reviewing of the local initiative. And another court decision, whether the court said that including the local initiative into the agenda through voting of the local council, it is not obligatory. And on your second question on whether it is obligatory to include the deputy head to the executive committee, yeah, I've met these decisions. There are these imperative parts, but we have not included them into the study and not included them into our reports, and we did not study it deeper. We saw that there were cases, there was court cases on forming the executive committee, and deputy heads brought cases in front of the court about that. But as, if I'm not mistaken, the position of the Supreme Court was that this person must be the part of the executive committee. But I'm not sure whether this position is still the same, because again, when we talk about judicial practice, maybe yesterday they adopted something new, but it's not in the report, so don't look for it there. Thank you for your question. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you to offline participants and those who are taking part in our forum online. This way we have limited the questions that the organizers projected to present during the third panel. I'm happy to announce that we have finished the work of panel number 3 that now took place in your presence. I would like to thank to the panelists, all the guests, and I'm happy to give the floor back to... No? Oh, okay, he chose the girly microphone. That's his choice. Dear colleagues, thank you. Can we stay here? No, just 2 words to finish. First of all, I would like to thank those who worked for half a year on all the products that we today presented, to all the participants of our project, of our working groups. Of course, We are very grateful to the project You Lead with Europe for donor support of all of our efforts and the possibility to gather. Basically, we involved to this project twice as more people than we could before. And I think that our biggest achievement here is not specific concepts or other documents that we have written, but these are the formed working groups that will be able to continue working further, and I hope even independently from whether You Lead with Europe supports us or not, whether we find another donor. I think the most important thing is that we understood each other. We felt the directions that we need to work in, and for us, for the Analytical Center, a qualified team of experts is the most important capital. When there are experts, I always know for 27 years of the existence of the Center for Political and Legal Reform confirms this. When there are experts, there is always money for financing their research and projects, and so on and so forth. The biggest thing that we're now worried about is implementation, all of this that we have worked on. So basically it happened today that today we don't have the representatives of the Profile Committee of the Parliament here today. They all left for Khmelnytsky. Yesterday they were either in Lviv or Frankivsk. So they, for this autumn, for this session, they have created the agenda for themselves, the timetable, so that we could not make the time, and we had to organize events separately. But I hope that this will not prevent our cooperation in the implementation of these documents. At least we will make all the effort needed for this to happen. We hope for fruitful cooperation with the line ministry. We thank for having a line expert with us, Serhiy Rshov, who is responsible in the ministry for the issues of the local self-government. And I think that we have the chances that all the things that we have worked on, it will not just remain as papers in the table. And I would like to thank to everyone who technically organized our conference. I would like to admit that in the Center of Political and Legal Reform, we rarely have these big-scale events, and we even don't have separate staff, enough staff, people organizing, managers who would do this. And here we need everyone to work. Our director, Mykola Stepanov, his deputy director, our communication personnel, and finally, many experts also joined to organizational issues when preparing this conference. Then, of course, I would like to thank to our interpreters who ensured our today's mutual understanding. I hope I have even watched who was represented from the diplomatic corps. We invited many partners. Many of them promised to take part. We will later have a look who took part in this, but we created the possibility to work comfortably for everyone. I don't know whether we should thank the hotel as well. It was very comfortable the first time that I'm here during the event, and I liked it very much. The atmosphere, the location. In many hotels, I was on different events, but I mean that whether I should thank the hotel or hotel should thank us, I don't know, that we chose them, but we will be mutually thankful in any case. So, who I forgot to thank? Of course, to all the participants who took part. And now we have the opportunity to talk a little bit. We also have the meeting of the Coordination Council on public administration in the CMU, and I took 2 hours and took part there, but there were quite interesting nuances there as well. I think that some positive change awaits for us at the level of the Organization of the Cabinet of Ministers. I think that European integration, it makes everyone review even those things that have been there for a very, very long time. It is today one of the issues that was discussed. Don't tell anybody, it's a secret. We are told to study the issue that the ministries probably should not be legal entities. Communities, yes, but the ministries, no. It's very expensive. Yeah, and this is what it is in all European countries, and it's very easily explained. But people were afraid to approach this question for a very long time. Today, this question was discussed. I don't know if there's a working group, what the decisions will be. I don't know this yet, but the very fact that this is being discussed, that presentations are prepared, it speaks very positively of our authorities preparing for these fundamental reforms. I like this hotel, so everything is very compact. A small buffet is awaiting you, and they're meeting you with a glass now. We're living with a different calendar now, so today there's a good opportunity to congratulate Andris, Andrianas with the Angel Day. Yes, thank you, thank you.